I'll call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for our work session on Thursday, February 22nd at 5:28 p.m. We'll start with any councilor concern. We'll start with a review of agenda and items on consent. Okay? And I will note that we were sent a slightly amended agenda. Okay, so we're all looking at that. Any councilor concerns? We'll start our pre-council work session and talk about the draft stormwater master plan. Information-rich document.
That's a little long.
A lot of work behind it.
Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Carrie Rappel, the city's natural resources manager, and with me here tonight is Angela Whalen. She's with Brown and Caldwell. And so her team did a lot of work to put this plan together over the last almost 3 years. So as you know, there's a lot of information in here, a lot of work that goes into preparing these plans. And so it does take some time to do it. And so what we want to do tonight is just give you a little short presentation about what's in the plan and what we expect in terms of some of the next steps too. So let's see here. Trying to advance it. I'm already having problems.
While you're setting that up, I just want to take a slight topic diversion for the council and introduce Krista Croyce, who is
shared already,
the new reporter for Pamplin Media, representing Wilsonville spokesman. So welcome.
Thank you. I look forward to getting to know each of you better.
There we go.
Okay, so hold on. Now you're not share screening. Okay, sorry, Carrie.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
All right, thank you. We do our little run-throughs before we, come here tonight, and I always have some issues with this. I'm like, oh, this time I'm not going to have any issues, so I apologize for that.
That's fine.
So yeah, as far as the presentation, we want to just kind of recap a little bit of the public involvement that we had back in 2021 in terms of the perceptions that people had about, our existing system. And then we're going to walk through basically the way that the plan was developed in terms of those steps. One of the really critically important thing is the relationship of this master plan to our regulatory requirements. So I'm responsible and working with some other people on our NPDES MS4 requirements, which basically govern what we have to require in terms of stormwater management in the city. So those are requirements that come down through the Federal Clean Water Act, the US EPA, and then down through the Department of Environmental Quality. And then we looked at, as far as preparing this plan, basically, where do we have issues currently within the city? What are things that have risen to the level of being maybe, something that we need to address? And so that can include everything from, where we do have flooding issues, where we do have, infrastructure limitations, but it can also include things where we're looking at where can we retrofit within the city to provide stormwater management where it doesn't exist today. And so that was kind of the starting point, and Angela will talk more about this, but then there's some technical evaluations that allow us to assess the existing system. And then we move into that step of looking at our future needs. And that's really where the capital program comes into play, as far as where we identify these possible locations that we can work with and the approaches that we can take to them and the projects or programs that, as you've seen in the master plan, that are part of that. And then we'll just wrap it up with the next steps in terms of what we anticipate with, the adoption process and what we're going to actually be doing very shortly too, that you'll be seeing this year is a new rate study. That'll be part of this master plan, but also what we did with the wastewater master plan. So there'll be a lot of discussion about this plan as we move forward too. So as far as the input that we received back in 2021, we did a survey, and we had actually a pretty good response in terms of over 90 participants. And in general, they were very supportive of what the city's doing in terms of our stormwater management and the approach we take to that. Definitely, they had some priorities, which included the protection of our streams and our fish and our wildlife, as well as water quality and flood management, and then how do we maintain the system that we have. So those were things that we really heard pretty strongly in terms of what people provided to us in the community. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Angela, and she'll just walk through the master plan process and how we got to the, the final projects and programs that you see in there.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. All right, so as Carrie mentioned, we started this plan about 3 years ago, and we did so at the beginning in order to evaluate kind of where additional efforts, technical evaluations, and more detailed investigations would be needed. That public outreach component conducted at the beginning of the project provided a lot of great information for us to use as we move through our overall master plan process. So at the beginning, we assess needs, project needs, by surveying the public, surveying city staff, and identifying areas of concern and areas where they felt like a project would benefit the city. From that effort, we went through various technical evaluations, including hydrologic and hydraulic modeling. We looked at a stream assessment, including field visits and a stream walk to identify locations of the stream corridors that were eroding and that would benefit from an additional project in there. We also looked at water quality retrofits. So water quality retrofits are locations of the city that would benefit from the addition of stormwater treatment or flow management, or facilities in the city that would benefit from a retrofit or adjusting of the existing facility to improve water quality treatment or flow management. From that exercise, we went into the capital program development, where we identified specific capital projects. We identified opportunities for citywide programs to address a need. We looked at policies that the city currently implements and if some adjustment of policies may benefit. And we finally went through a cost estimation process to cost out specific projects and programs. We're in that later stage of the process now where we have evaluated staffing needs to implement the capital projects and programs that we've identified. We've prioritized and proposed an anticipated schedule for those projects, and we've prepared a very large document, as you have probably taken a look at. There we go. Also, as Carrie mentioned, one of the benefits of this project was the opportunity to integrate evaluations, those technical evaluations, with the needs of our MS4 permit and our TMDL implementation plan. So the total maximum daily load, the Willamette Basin itself has a total maximum daily load for certain pollutants of concern as well as temperature. And so we would look to integrate findings and evaluations needed for those regulatory requirements into this master plan. And in doing so, we were able to identify some additional projects, as well as integrate the staffing and the resource needs to implement your MS4 permit and that TMDL plan and incorporate that into the capital program proposed as part of this master plan. So as mentioned, that project needs identification really is the forefront of the process that we use to identify those project and program needs. That problem area identification process we talked about with the surveys resulted in 33 different locations that we investigated further as part of the technical analyses. Once those technical analyses were completed, we ultimately had a list of about 47 project opportunity locations that we talked about in detail with city staff as part of a series of capital improvement program workshops. Those project opportunity areas that we talked about, each of those individual opportunity areas had a specific benefit to the stormwater system, whether those project opportunities would address a capacity issue, a recurring maintenance issue that public works staff were concerned about, the need to repair and replace portions of the system, address water quality and erosion control. From those project opportunity areas, we were able to categorize each of them. Some of them kind of rose to the top through that those workshops where they would result in a funded project. So a project that we would develop a fact sheet and a detailed cost estimate for and incorporate into the overall capital improvement program. Some of those opportunities would result in a program need, and so we could kind of group number of project opportunities into a series of programs. And then there were a list of projects that didn't quite rise to the top, but we wanted to maintain them in the master plan, and so those are categorized as a future unfunded project at this point. So of those funded capital projects, we have 15 individual capital projects that reflect 20 individually costed phases of projects. So in some cases, the project was quite large and would benefit from splitting it into 2 different phases, so we could stagger funding for those. We also had 4 planning-related projects identified. So these are, again, one-time costs, but to fulfill a benefit of more of a planning need for the city, including one of the planning projects is to incorporate flow monitoring into the city's system so that we can better refine the hydrologic and hydraulic model that was used to assess sizing of certain capital projects. We looked at that full list of funded capital project needs and integrated a more refined prioritization process with different criteria and weighting factors. And that helped us with project scheduling. So we grouped just a cluster of projects in the near term, so the first 5 years of our CIP implementation period, midterm, which is the second 5-year period, and then longer term needs, which are out about 10 years. Some of these more near-term projects are ones that might look a little familiar to you. These include historic project needs, including the Day Road culvert and the flooding that occurs over by Commerce Circle, Miley Road and the pipe replacement and outfall replacement effort along Miley Road, the Ash Meadows flow mitigation site, as well as in-stream stabilization project too. As mentioned, those project opportunity areas also resulted in a series of program needs. And so as opposed to a one-time cost that would be affiliated with a capital project, these are annualized costs that would be incurred over each year. Some of these programs include, localized drainage improvements. So this would be a funding mechanism so that public works staff can go out and replace catch basins as they need to, or add a lateral pipe to alleviate some localized flooding. 2 of the programs I wanted to point out to you are P3 and P4, which are the repair and replacement programs. Those are a pretty significant cost. So P4 is the Charbonneau Repair and Replacement Program, and so this is a continuation of an existing program the city is implementing to implement the Charbonneau Consolidated Improvement Program, which was developed in 2014 and results in the replacement of each of the pipes in the Charbonneau development area. So, go on. Following identification of the capital projects and the capital programs, we looked at staffing levels and staffing needs to implement the capital improvement plan that was identified in the master plan. We looked at public works staff, independent from the community development and engineering staff. On the public works side, it appeared that through our work on the MS4 permit that there were some deferred maintenance activities that additional staffing would help alleviate. There's also, in conjunction with the capital improvement plan, additional assets or pipes or manholes that would need to be maintained in the future. And so that's why you see both a regulatory and a capital staffing need. Similarly on, similarly on the community development and engineering side, in order to actually manage the capital projects that are identified in the master plan, that would require some additional engineering staff to support. So in total, you'll see the capital project costs range from 18 million in the near term to approximately 30 million in the longer term bucket. So for a total of about $60 million in project needs. The planning project cost is associated with those 4 individual planning projects that we had talked about. And then the program costs are those annual costs that would be incurred. And the reason that that is such a high amount is really going back to that Charbonneau integrated plan and the fact that there's a 20-year period with which we want to replace all those pipes. So that has a more definitive timeline associated with it.
So just to touch upon the next steps, we're here to discuss the draft stormwater master plan tonight, but we do have the public hearing scheduled with the Planning Commission on March 13th, and then a public hearing scheduled with the City Council on April 1st with a second reading on April 15th. We're hoping to still do maybe a potentially a short survey that we can put up on Let's Talk Wilsonville under the stormwater project, just to kind of bring it full circle with the community and see if they have the same viewpoints at this point in terms of how they look at what we're doing, and let them know that we've created this new plan that addresses any concerns that they might have, which didn't seem like there were many concerns at that point in time in 2021, but we just want to make sure that we close that loop. And then, like I said, we'll be moving forward with the rate study this year. That'll be the important piece in terms of looking at this pretty substantial amount of funding that we're looking at for these projects over the next 20 years. So there'll be an extensive discussion about that as that becomes before the City Council. So we're here to take any questions that you might have or any comments.
Go ahead.
We're fighting over who's going to go first. Thank you for the report, both in our packet and the presentation tonight was really good at getting some of that summary information too for us. So thank you. I think this question maybe risks getting a little too ahead of ourselves. But you did mention about rate study and, this plan outlines a lot of projects and it's expensive. And so then we start thinking about funding. And I understand, I think, that there would be an SDC rate research or examination, as well as our regular stormwater rates,
utility.
Utility as well. So I'm curious what the timelines might be for both of those. Are they done together? Are they independent? Because also I see in the report some of the projects, there was a table where it was percent is due to new growth, so then I'm thinking, okay, that could be SDCs, but if it's not, then we're talking about something else. I'm also curious, are there other funding mechanisms? Are there that we should be aware of and thinking about? Are there grants or, things like that that we think might be on the horizon? Do we have a view at that? And again, if you're, let us know if that's getting too far ahead. But when you see big dollar amounts, you immediately start thinking about that, so.
Yeah, I can probably answer a good part of that. So yeah, we will be looking at both the utility fee and the SDCs. And the SDCs look at both sort of the existing, infrastructure that we have, as well as that future. And so that'll be looked at concurrently in terms of whatever those rates will be going up. And we'll, do this in conjunction, like I said, with the wastewater, so you'll have an overall picture of, what these numbers look like. There aren't really, that's the problem with stormwater. There's not a lot of good grant sources out there. The state has a revolving fund that, but it's a loan program. And so, we'll certainly look at that as part of the rate study, but I'm just not aware of a lot of really good grant programs when it comes to, like stormwater facilities and some of these things that we would need to do with the master plan. I mean, are you aware of any grant programs that?
We're currently looking into some options in support of some of the other projects that are identified for Wilsonville, but in, Washington Department of Ecology has, I think, a wider range of potential grants and funding options. Unfortunately, Oregon is a little bit more limited.
It feels like, a lot of this work, a portion of this work, we're talking about potential flooding, and so it feels like emergency management should be paying attention and helping with some of these projects too, because investment in our system, pays off down the road when we have extreme weather situations. So I would hope. Yeah.
Before we leave that topic, to go to Councilor Dunwell, I just want to tag on, looking out, I think this goes out to 2043.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, these are required projects. These are also projects to mitigate greater expense had we not taken care of some of the topics. And I remember when we did the analysis for the consolidated Charbonneau plan, the cost, I think the costs were presented. Basically, you could kind of see the writing on the wall. If you don't do anything, you're going to have sinkholes and be replacing streets. And so while it's projected to be around $60 million up through 2043, what is the cost? I mean, we really don't have any choice. If we don't do it well, I suppose it could be a lot more. Do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I think, a lot of these, or some of these have become sort of deferred maintenance situations where, or they're really critical sort of pinch points too, as far as you look at like the area like Commerce Circle, and we're looking at future development of the Coffee Creek Industrial Area, the Basalt Creek area. Conveyance through that area with Tapman Creek is critically important. And it's an area that we identified a project back in 2012 with the previous master plan. And so some of these we've known about for a while, and we're just always, it's a lot of money with some of these projects, and so we have to really look at the priorities. But I think the more we delay with some of these, we just increase the possibility that some of this infrastructure can fail in ways that might be catastrophic at times. Especially like we look at like Miley Road, there's an outfall that pipe is connected to, and if that outfall was to fail, that would be, pretty problematic in terms of how that drainage from Charbonneau is dealt with. And so, there's
Can't really ignore it.
No, I mean, really, they're projects for, a very valid reason that, we need to ensure that we have proper conveyance of stormwater runoff, and that, we deal with our streams in an appropriate way, because those are the receiving areas for this runoff. And so we want to protect them and restore them also.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of observations. As a resident and homeowner in Wilsonville first and a city councilor second, it struck me the necessary need for quality infrastructure at this level, and how it's almost a ballet of making sure that that infrastructure remains sound. And looking like, for instance, at even on page 2-17, the number of manhole covers that have to be managed in and of itself looks like an FTE employee to keep track of. So I applaud you for the depth that you went into this report, and it was really quite eye-opening for me to realize the investment that the city must take in order to protect our infrastructure from a wastewater standpoint, and I'm sorry, a stormwater standpoint. But I had one point that I thought was really interesting, and that was regarding the weather monitoring and the rainfall gauge. Because you mentioned that Wilsonville doesn't have one, and you're looking to put one in place. And it's not just so that they can report it on the news.
No.
It's so that you can actually know what is actually going into those stormwater locations. How much have you seen a change in stormwater outfall and stormwater management with some of the differences in that climate change have caused?
Yeah, I think, that's a really interesting question because, one thing that we see with climate change is that we get, greater intensity with our rainfall. You've probably seen that. We don't have those very, sort of long, slow rainstorms. We still have those, but you're seeing a lot more of, something that you might see in like California or, other places in the country where I've lived in those places where the rainfall can be very intense. And so that makes those storms more flashy and, larger amounts of runoff that's going to a receiving water like our streams or Coffee Lake wetlands. And so one of the things that was really critically important to this master plan, which we had never done before, was we did the stream assessment. It's called, hydromodification assessment. And basically that's the impact that runoff is having on our, streams. And so we now have a really good baseline that we can look to in the future. And one of the projects in the master plan is to update that hydromodification assessment. So we can really closely track now, what are we seeing in terms of these stream reaches? How are they changing? And how is the climate change, affecting those streams? So it's an excellent question, yeah, because it's something clearly that we're going to be dealing with even more so as we go forward.
Dealing with more of those downpours that we're seeing that we didn't see in this area 20 years ago to the level that we are now, does that change the life of the pipes? Does it, because it creates more stress, or is that sort of an outlier?
I don't know if like a pipe itself, but certainly where those points of discharge, eventually they're going to make their way. I mean, one thing we've gotten better at over the years is that in the past, 30 years ago, we'd allow people to create an outfall at the top of a slope. Well, we don't do that anymore because we know that it's going to just cause all sorts of issues. But even at the point where they have that interface with the creek, there's still going to be some erosion that occurs there. So we might have to look at other ways to stabilize, to reinforce those. And those are some of the recommendations that actually came out of that stream assessment. So from my perspective, it was like one of the most critically important things that we did with the master plan because it's very forward thinking in terms of what we're doing with that. And so we'll be in a much better spot, especially with the next master plan update, but even in the next 3 to 5 years to really assess that more closely. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments?
Thank you for the report. It was really detailed, and I appreciated that.
Thank you.
So when people ask about how do we maintain our infrastructure, this report that is in the packet is a very good view of it, and it also and then there's also a lot of detail in our every month in the city manager's report. We get a detailed report from community services, which includes all of the projects that they're working on. So if you look at those two, that gives you a really good idea. The other thing that I just was thinking about is in 2014, when that Charbonneau integrated study, or whatever we called it, was done, somebody asked, well, why are you starting there? Why are you working on Charbonneau? And I remember the recommendation was because those were the oldest pipes, and it made sense to start there because if you waited 10 more years, the cost was going to be a lot more. So here it is quickly 10 years later.
Yep.
And you're going to be able to look probably at the next highest priorities and older pipes and just keep moving.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of how we work our way through there. So, and
Okay.
yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Appreciate your time. Yeah, and we'll be back before you in April again, so.
Okay, so
Thanks.
that brings us to our public contracting code update.
Mayor and City Council, nice to see you again. So we are here to ask for some guidance. The bigger picture is the legal department is working on taking a holistic view at our public contracting code, and also we're trying to develop a manual that would be a tool for staff, because admittedly, public contracting is a very complex area of law. So that's the big picture. To give you some background, this is where we are today. In 2005, a number of really big changes took effect at the state level. The public contracting code was totally overhauled. And what we've had in place since then are these three chapters in state law: 279A, 279B, and 279C. And then all of the OARs that are listed under those three sections, those are administrative rules that are commonly referred to as the model code. So that's what we're working with right now. 2005 is also when Wilsonville adopted its local code relating to public contracting. So when city staff are going through public procurement activities, you have to pay attention to the state rules that we just talked about, but also you have to look at the city code provisions that are relevant to public contracting. There have been no significant revisions since 2005, which is almost 20 years ago. And I think a few years ago, city staff, in engaging in public contracting activities, started to notice parts of the code that could be improved. Or, since 2005, there have been changes to state law that would make similar changes to our code beneficial, things like that. So this is an ongoing project to improve our city public contracting code. Here is a high-level list of some reasons why it might be beneficial or, necessary to improve our city contracting code. I understand that occasionally auditors, other reviewers ask for what our local rules are, and, our code could be improved, so that's one reason. There are some exemptions that are outdated or could be changed to better suit what city staff are doing. Exemptions are really, the big picture is you typically want to require competitive procurement. You want to provide everybody with equal access to public dollars, essentially. There are exemptions built into the code that say for certain types of procurements, you don't have to engage in competitive procurement, so that's what exemption means. So in other words, if there's good reason to say that a certain type of procurement or a certain type of contract doesn't need to go through that competitive process, you can put that in the code. So I'll go over tonight some exemptions that should either be, that city staff believe there's reason to either expand or, add new exemptions. Implicit conflicts. This relates to something I'll go over in the next slide, so I'll just touch on it briefly here. I believe it's been fixed by oral motion, but previously the city manager could approve amendments to contracts that were, the total contract amount would technically go over $100,000, which is the level at which it has to be brought to city council. So that was improved by oral motion, but that's something that, ideally would be built into our code. There is some language in our code that is repetitive of what is already in the state statute, which already applies to us, so it's repetitive. inflation, inflation and updates to the state statutes are really a big reason to look at this stuff. I guess there's been about 60% inflation since 2005, which is a little wild. There are some thresholds built into state statute that say you can engage in direct appointment, so you can go straight to a particular vendor if the value of the contract is, less than, it used to be 10,000, but now it's 25,000. So you'll see that at the state level, some of those numbers are changing and moving upward to account for things like inflation, the value of money being less than it used to be. So the argument is we should make parallel changes at our city level. Sorry, I feel like I'm missing a slide. I'll just, we don't have a slide for this, so I'll just go over it. So the last time that we touched our city level procurement code was in 2005. My understanding is that since then, by oral motion, City Council has made a few changes. The first one is what I just talked about, making it so that if the city manager makes an amendment to a contract and the total contract value rises above $100,000, that would have to come back to council. The second piece is, I think there was an oral motion to allow the city manager to extend the term of a contract by the same amount of time. So if you're dealing with a one-year contract, he can extend that by 1 year, so long as the financial terms remain the same. And finally, there were recent changes to the thresholds in state law that sort of conflict with what we have in our code right now. Those, what we have in our code was based on the previous levels. So, it used to be that you could direct appoint up to $10,000. Now it's $25,000. So I think there was an oral motion made just to abide by what's in state law. So ideally, when we're making these changes to our code, we would go ahead and bake all of those, changes in as well. So we have a few questions for you. We're looking for some guidance on how to proceed in making these changes to the code and, as we build this manual out. The first couple of questions I have for you are on the screen. There's a couple of different approaches you can take in different jurisdictions. In the Willamette Valley area, take different approaches. You can either follow the model rules, which is those 4 chapters in the administrative rules that are implemented by the Attorney General. You can either say, we're going to follow the model rules, and then in your code, there are some places where jurisdictions can deviate from the model rules. So in your code, you sort of supplement what's in the model rules. Alternatively, you can just opt out of the model rules, you can totally dispense with them, and you can have your own standalone public contracting code. There's pros and cons to both approach. What we have right now is we follow the model rules, and we have a relatively short public contracting code that supplements. The benefit to having, dispensing with the model rules and having your own standalone code is technically when staff are, looking to the rules to see what process they have to follow, they only have to look at one document. They just look at the city code. In a way, too, I think that some jurisdictions do that so that they can have more control over the contracting rules. I would say that the legal department recommends sticking with the current approach just because there are a number of places under state law where you cannot deviate from those rules. So if you have your own standalone set of public contracting rules, there's a higher risk that you are not respecting those parts of state law. And it's working relatively well for us, I would say. So that's the first question. Since we are taking this holistic view at public contracting in the city of Wilsonville, since we are, part of this project is I'm going to bring you proposed revisions to our public contracting code. Are you all comfortable with the current approach, or do you want to direct the legal department to potentially explore this alternative way to approach public contracting?
And you're specifically talking about departing from using the model rules approach?
Yeah, some jurisdictions do that. Yeah. And if it's helpful for you to know, I believe In this project, we've looked at what other similar jurisdictions have done. So Milwaukee, Lake Oswego, and Hillsborough have opted out of the model rules. And if you look at their public contracting codes, they're relatively long documents. And Sherwood and Tualatin use a similar approach to Wilsonville, where they use the model rules and they supplement in their local code.
The thing that strikes me, having read this and hearing you talk about it, and I'd like to hear from others, we've got a lot to review here, is the model rules feels to me like it is potentially a better use of staff time. So we do want to look at use of staff time and make sure we're being efficient. And it does give us some cover because they're the model rules.
Right.
And am I believe, am I right that we still have the opportunity to have some flexibility there?
There are some pieces, you know, I'm not saying that well. There are some parts of the public contracting code and the related rules where local jurisdictions, like it says specifically, local jurisdictions can opt out or choose to do something differently. So our goal in this project, if you wanted to stick with the current approach that we use, is to try to identify what are those areas and like, does it make sense for us to, you know, deviate in those areas.
Any other comments on this question? Go ahead.
I have a question about that, I guess. So is that the supplement part that you were referring to? Because I think you just said that, you know, we could go with the model rules and then we could have this part that, an addition that would supplement. Is
Well,
that,
yeah,
what you're describing there, is that the supplemental part?
Yeah, so that's essentially our current approach. So, you know, a city staff member who's engaging in procurement activities, they would have, like, given the current approach, they would look at the, you know, the applicable Oregon revised statutes. They would look at the model rules, which is those 4 chapters of the administrative rules. And they would also look at our city procurement code, which is essentially like supplementing what exists at the state level.
So if there's a revision made at the state level, then that would happen in the model rules.
And it just automatically applies to us.
Right, so it would just like carry through.
Right.
But would there ever be the situation where something in our supplement would then contradict with the model rules? And if so, how do we resolve, like, how do we keep on top of that, I guess?
It's possible. I think it's a pretty easy thing to fix. Just FYI, jurisdictions that opt out of the model rules, they have an obligation to keep up with the changes that the Attorney General makes to the model rules. If you go to the Attorney General's website, they have like a red line version of the model rules that they post every year that shows in clear red text any changes that they're making, deletions or additions. And I think that gets put out every year. So it's pretty easy to see what's changing and, you know, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Okay, yeah. But if we did go with this model rules plus supplement or something version, then we would just be scanning that document for where does it touch or,
Right.
you know, conflict or whatever
Right.
with our supplements instead of where does it touch every single thing we've written.
Right.
Okay.
And my understanding, Amanda could maybe speak more to this, but my understanding is that since 2005, there haven't been major changes to like the structure of the rules or, you know, like the, you know, really what is required. The changes this year looked pretty minimal.
Okay, thank you.
On page 3 of 7, on the staff report, you open it up with, is City Council interested in exploring the possibility of opting out of the model rules and having the city develop its own standalone public procurement code? I may have missed it, but I don't understand why we would, what's the value of us considering going into our own standalone public procurement code as opposed to remaining within the model rules with modifications or the current approach of supplementing them?
Good question. I suspect that you end up in a similar place either way because, like I said, there's a lot of places under the state statutes where you can't deviate. I suspect, like, I don't work at other jurisdictions, but I suspect that part of it is they have a preference they want to control what's in their public procurement code. Like, they want it to be in a standalone document in their code, and perhaps they don't want their staff to have to reference state statute in addition to city code. I hope that's just my speculation, but that's my understanding.
Does what we have now work?
I mean, I will say, I think that staff are a little bit confused by some of the public procurement rules. It's a very complex area of law, but that's why we're building the manual to serve as a tool. But my understanding is that the general approach is working fine.
Yeah, I'll jump in here, Amanda Guile, Hinman City Attorney. And I think that the city of Wilsonville made a very conscious effort, particularly with the way that the legal department is formed, of having a pretty centralized system for how we do public contracting, in that the legal department handles every public contract that you all see and that the vast majority that get processed. And because of that, issues like staff confusion over rules does not happen as much because we're the ones who do it. So I would say that for the most part, we see the system works. That's why our staff recommendation is not to move away from the model rules and instead supplement or find areas where we believe doing something different makes sense. It's more so if for some reason council sees a benefit of the local control over the product being the rules. And staff does not see a benefit to the point of requiring that much work of staff to create, honestly. So outside of anything else.
And I think there is that safe harbor aspect that the mayor mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Because if you're following state guidelines and rules, you have that safe harbor, so.
Yeah, and as Stephanie mentioned, there's, especially when you get into construction contracts, the vast majority of the construction contracting rules we have to abide by. So again, you're significantly limiting the areas where you could do your own rules anyway, especially for us, because we do a lot of construction work.
That's what I was looking for from you, that counsel. Thank you.
Yeah, so, go ahead. This appears to be detail in which it might not be appropriate for us to provide too much just direction, because these end up being administrative decisions that are made, except for those sections in which the council must, under current, either state statute or our current code, must be involved in.
I would say that your role as a city council is to make sure that you're comfortable with our purchasing.
Right.
And that you find the rules to your satisfaction, because you're ultimately the fiduciary responsible party. That's why you have to review the audit. So I think what we're asking is, do you feel comfortable with how things are going right now with some tweaks that we might bring back?
And this is just at the high level.
Very high level, yeah.
We're just asking about this question right now.
Yeah, it sounds like we're all in agreement. We could probably move on from this question. And I will note too, because this is different in other jurisdictions, in Wilsonville, our city council is our contract review board. That is part of state statute. Some other jurisdictions have a separate contract review board, separate from their city council, but we do not.
So we didn't hear from, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to continue that train of thought, and in that, I think, as with, I think the next question that comes to the council has to do with the threshold and whether the process, if the process that we have currently facilitates correct compliance with the state statutes and our city code, I don't see any reason for changing. And since that is something that administratively is handled within the city staff, I don't see any reason to do that. Anyway, I guess I'll wait till the next question to move on.
Councilor Berry, another comment on this one?
Yeah, I agree with everybody. It makes sense to me to continue with the model code and with a supplement.
Thank you. And I'm jumping around a little bit. This next piece about professional services is actually the last part of the staff report, I believe on page 6 or 7. Yeah, page 6. This is an option. I guess a number of other most jurisdictions do this. They take professional services, which, you know, if you do nothing, and our current approach is that professional services are handled through ORS Chapter 279B, which relates to goods and services. It's an option for us to treat professional services the same as architectural and engineering services. The difference is that with architectural and engineering services, I'll call them A&E services, you can direct appoint up to $100,000. For goods and services, you can only direct appoint up to $25,000. So in that gap between $25,000 and $100,000, if you make professional services, if you treat them the same way as A&E services, you can direct appoint up to that higher number. I believe there's also a lot more requirements that apply to professional services if they are subject to those goods and services rules. So you make the procurement process a little bit easier. And I think the logic in doing this is that when you are procuring professional services like lawyers, accountants, things like that, you care a lot about the quality of the service. You're trying to find the right fit. It's not necessarily just about finding the best price. It's like there's a qualitative aspect to it. So that would be the logic behind subjecting professional services to the same procurement rules as A&E services. Do you have any questions about this piece? For what it's worth, the legal department recommends making this move and treating professional services the same way as A&E services.
I agree.
Would you see any exclusions to that? Or would it be all, if you looked at the NAICS codes under professional services, or is there anything that you would exclude, or would that encompass all?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I assume that we would just think about what professional services the city of Wilsonville commonly, looks for and use that as the guide. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, we have a definition already in our code for these types of services. So essentially what we would be doing is, instead of it having fall under the goods and services portion, we just take that same definition and put it under the A&E. Mm-hmm.
Do you all agree? Okay. All right, moving right along. This is the big one that I think might take some discussion and thought. The current rule is that contracts or transactions are subject to city council approval when they reach $100,000. So like $100,000 or more, they have to be approved by city council. There were some recent changes to state law that I think are relevant here. As of January 1st, there's the direct appointments, which I just talked to you about, where you can just go, choose a vendor and just go with them up to $25,000, between $25,000 and it used to be $100,000, but now it's $250,000 for goods and services. You only have to go through the intermediate process, which is obtaining 3 quotes. So given that this change recently took effect, given inflation since 2005, it probably makes sense to increase that number. The question is really, we don't want council to use its precious time on small contracts or contracts that have less long-term value. So the question is, which contracts do you all want to see, and at what level do you think it makes sense for prior council approval to be required?
I just have some thoughts about that. I like leaving them. Most of those get done under our consent agenda. I think for city council, it's a nice way to stay informed about what's happening, with the following concern. One is, does it create delays because we have to wait for a city council meeting in order for those to be Is there a way that if we change that approval process or increase the dollar amount, that we could stay informed? So, and I don't say necessarily we, I'm saying the city council, to stay informed on what those contracts were that were let, that did not necessarily, that met what was our previous threshold, but did not need city council approval. And I think are you going to talk a little bit more about the questions that are arising in the other sections, or are we going to deal with all of them?
My plan was to go question by question, or at least deal with the questions on this slide together.
So my biggest question has to do with delays. Because I know that sometimes that can actually increase the cost.
So I think I can answer the delay part. I mean, there's absolutely a delay because we have to publish a staff report, it has to come to council for review. And I think the other thing is the $100,000 limit, which I don't think has changed since I've been here.
No, correct.
And that used to be a lot of money. And you get a lot of work for that, but anymore, it's really not that much money. So, I mean, I can just speak for, I think the engineering department, planning department.
When you talk about road
increasing that
projects.
Makes some sense. And I will say the other thing is that you have, absolute knowledge of anything that we're doing unless it's a one-off emergency. So that might be the area where we could talk about, maybe if it wasn't budgeted for, it didn't go through the budget process and it's an emergency, that's something that, we could have a staff check in and bring that to council, at least tell you about it before we go down the road of issuing a contract. Although in an emergency, time is of the essence too.
Yeah.
So, but there's a way that we can report back that we had to do that. So there is delay, with any time we have to bring something back to council, but it's also that comfort level that you all have to feel good about too.
Yeah.
I don't pretend to know what councils have done in the past, but it appears to me that rarely do we pull those contracts off of the consent agenda.
I can't think of one time that's happened
Yeah.
in years.
Yeah.
And I'll just comment on the delay as well, is the reason that we talk about the $250,000 threshold is because that's the intermediate procurement threshold. That's when staff doesn't have, they can just go out and get some quotes. And so for them, it's an expeditious process. And this is adding that delay versus when they have to do a formal procurement process where they're going out, they're doing a whole request for proposals or an invitation to bid, and it takes several months. Adding a couple weeks for a council meeting is not a huge deal. And so there is a delay. And I will also say, again, because of the way our public contracting system is set up, the process is set up, legal processes all of that. So to the extent that council would like information about contracts between $100,000 and $250,000, we have records of that information. That is something, we could generate a report to council if that was council's desire.
That's something we could just put in the monthly reports
Yeah.
from the legal department.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, that would not be a problem to do.
Yeah, to me, it makes sense to bump up the amount. Just like you said, that it's been a really long time. $100,000 used to be a lot of money. Now it's not so much, and in the interest of time. And then if we did get a report, that'd be really frosting on the cake.
Yeah, I think where I would want to make sure council was informed is if let's say we had a contract that we budgeted $100,000 for and it came back at $250,000. That's something I would want you to know about. That's something that would give me pause for concern. And then the other area that you're going to talk about next is when that goes above that, what's that percentage level that should come back to you?
And I just also want to note too that the threshold question is really about when Brian is allowed to sign something. That question does not impact budget law, emergency procurements, sole source procurements, where there are other rules tied to those things. And so this won't trump those reviews that have to occur because of those rules. Yeah.
So just to circle back on the point that you just brought up, Brian, and first of all, I want to say $100,000 is a lot of money.
It is.
But not when you're buying asphalt.
Right.
Or concrete, or
Professional services.
a truck that repairs streets. So, but back to your point about when a contract is expected to be a certain amount, and that's what we've budgeted, and it comes in higher, you go out to look for it and you find out it's going to cost more than that.
Right.
We do hear about that now, so what can we do to make sure that that continues?
Well, that will always continue because it would require a supplemental budget.
Right.
The problem is that we could still let that contract and come back for a supplemental budget. I've never felt super comfortable doing
But
that.
I'd like to have something in there that we know about it, because it doesn't do us that much good if we found out about it later.
Right, and it puts me in a position to say, well, this work needs to get done, but council really only authorized 100,000 through the budget process, so now we're saying it's 175. So we try to avoid that. It has happened before, but there's a little bit of a risk there, so.
Yeah. I guess also what we would say for staff is if there's a threshold of an overage, so, we have and this does happen, right, is we have an engineer's estimate for what costs are going to be. We put out an invitation to bid, and the construction, the bids we get are 30 to 50% higher than what our engineer's estimate was. But let's say for all intents and purposes, like staff think we should move forward. Is there a threshold where council says, yeah, that overage we want to look at before a decision is made about that contract, or we want to make a decision about that contract? We want that contract in front of, because then we could build that into the code.
And I agree with that, but I think I have seen a situation in which we did that, and we came back, and it was higher even again. So I think it would be great to build in something. I think the next item that we're going to talk about, it has to do with after the contracts are there, and those are amendments and cost increases or change orders. This is different. This is a budgeted amount. Mm-hmm. And so in an effort to be responsible with our citizens' monies, I think the threshold, if we raise the threshold, then I think that takes care of one of the problems. I think if there is a significant increase, in other words, we can't award a bid because there's no bid that comes in within that threshold. I think at that point, then we've got to, then I think it behooves the council to address that. So, I mean, I think there's a reasonableness there, 10%, 15%, whatever, but when you start getting it, especially when you're talking about and I don't know what the threshold is 200 or 250 or whatever, but when you start taking a percentage of those larger numbers, then that becomes a significant amount of money. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any other comments on this? Am I okay on time?
Yeah, you have a half hour.
Yeah, or 20 minutes.
Or 20 minutes.
Okay.
Whichever comes first.
So,
Question. This is, I'm probably completely wrong, but when you speak to the contract amendments and change orders, and now it's 15%, is the fact that if it's above the 15% in and of itself a governor for a contractor to not say, oh, it's going to have to go in front of council? Let's not necessarily take it much higher and allow them to maybe sharpen their pencils a little bit?
I doubt that they care about that.
I would love for that to be a governor.
I wish all of our contractors had governors, but I don't think we do.
Okay, it was the only thought is what's that?
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, in that in itself is, that would be great, right?
What it does is
Then we make it 10%, right?
It does the reverse. It incentivizes staff to call the contractor back and say, I'm not taking this back to city council, so we need to make this work. I mean,
Yeah.
there are things that come up, especially in construction, that you didn't contemplate.
I get it, yeah. Yeah.
And I think on the backside of that is oftentimes the change orders belong to us. It's not necessarily always the contractor. They are ours as well. And so we need to be prepared to do that.
So I also want to mention on this slide, there's a parallel conversation that we are trying to have with department managers. Below the current number, $100,000, there's all these different levels of approval authority. So if this number changes, those numbers are potentially going to change as well. Do you need more time to, I'm going to be coming back with proposed code revisions during the next time I appear on this project. Do you want some time to think about what that number should be? I can just, make sure to follow up with you then, or increase it?
I would actually like to see what you come back with and the justification for that, rather than us taking that into consideration individually.
Okay.
And after talking with staff, taking into account why those different levels are needed, what it achieves, and a time efficiency.
And I think we can do, if we haven't already, we can do an audit of a couple years of contracts just to see kind of what the threshold is.
Yeah.
That would allow us to say, well, this would cover 90% of them.
What might be interesting to look at in that is, has there also been a change over time? Because as the costs have increased, 15% becomes bigger than that. So you can't just take an average over the last 20 years.
Right.
All right. So the next few
Do
questions.
you want to go back to talking about the amendment, though? Contract amendments, 15%.
Sure. So currently, in our code, city council approval is required if there's a change above 15% of the contract price. I think we do need to make a clarification because contract price is a little bit ambiguous. The question for you guys, similar to the last question, is 15% the right number? Do you want that to change? I think the legal department is recommending that increase to about 25%. That's something for you to consider, but ultimately, again, it's what do you all feel comfortable with?
And it has to do with practice.
Right.
I'd like, the 25% sounds reasonable, but I'd like to see that validated by looking back at history.
Sure.
And not creating work
Right.
that we can avoid, staff. And not making it more time-intensive than necessary while allowing, we're still within the state standards.
Right. And this is not something that's dictated by state standards. It's really more grounded in what does city council want to, when does city council want to see these contracts coming before council for approval? But these 2 points here, I'll make a note that you haven't made a decision about the specific numbers. It'll be easy enough when I bring back the proposed revisions for us to go over these points and for you to, change those numbers, so.
I would actually like to lean in on the legal team to provide us the evidence and the justification for why it should be increased and what that number is that makes sense, rather than, again, going back to what I said earlier, rather than relying us to say, well, yeah, that number feels good. Provide us the justification for why that number should go up, and then we can make a decision based upon, what you present to us.
Sure, will do. So related to exemptions, to step back a little bit, this really relates to that default rule. Really what the public procurement rules say is absent a special exemption, you must engage in a competitive procurement process to allow everybody access to those public dollars. So we have a list of exemptions in our code. These basically say that it's in the public interest to exempt these specific types of transactions from that competitive procurement requirement. The first piece relating to computer equipment and software. One moment. I think the language in our code is just purchase of computer equipment and software. And the issue is that in the last 20 years, technology has evolved and it looks very different than it used to. If you think about an HVAC system, it didn't used to have computer software in it, but it does now, and everything's coordinated by software. If you add to that system, you need to have hardware that coordinates with that software system that's already in place. So the argument here is it probably makes sense to expand this exemption and specifically refer to systems like an HVAC system that have software components. I think there's a security argument for this too. You don't necessarily want the world knowing what your existing system components are. And then also, I think we could be more clear with respect to software as a service products. I just think that it makes good sense, given where technology is today, to clarify this exemption so that it better fits what we see in the world of, computer systems. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that made sense to me when I was reading the documentation that you provided us to support. You're right, vulnerabilities increase as the numbers of vendors increase. So given the fact that, everything that we do as a city is touched by, whether it's SaaS or any type of computer systems, hardware, software, whatever it may be, really leaning on, consolidation within the fewest number of vendors increases the strength and security of the system itself.
Yeah.
I would agree with that. I think it would be good if we did not try and define all of the possibilities that might arise out of this, but rather look at the more like the 30,000-foot level where the type of product, where there are no other vendors who provide those kinds of services, and continuity of service and security. I think those are important pieces as well. So I would agree that we do need to do some of that. And I think that continuity and consistency of a large investment that the city has made.
Yeah.
And particularly, I think about our new computer system that it encompasses every function of the city. When that needs to be updated, we need to have that continuity of going back to the original vendor. So,
Right.
I would agree.
Okay. So I'll bring back some specific language. I found some good examples from like Westland and Tigard, I believe, that put some boundaries around that. So I'll bring that back next time I see you all. The next three listed here, these are exemptions that do not currently exist in our code, but I think based on what I've seen staff doing on this front, it might make sense to consider these new exemptions. The legal standard is on page 4 of 7 of the staff report. And essentially, before you add an exemption, you have to find that it is either unlikely to encourage favoritism or substantially diminish competition for public contracts. And also, it is either reasonably expected to result in substantial cost savings to the city or to the public, or otherwise substantially promote public interest in a manner that could not be realized by competitive procurement. The first one here is the National Citizen Survey. This is something that Zoe Mombert works on a lot. My understanding is that they work with a lot of local jurisdictions all across the country. We've worked with them for a few years now. We've been engaging in this work through a sole source procurement, which City Council has approved in the past. But the argument here is that this is a pretty unique product that we couldn't obtain from any other source. So it would just make staff's life easier if this was an exemption. They wouldn't have to go through the sole source approval process in the future.
I think that's a great example of continuity.
Yep.
Because we have data that goes way back that we could not compare to a new vendor.
Yeah, it goes back to 2012, and we do them every 2 years.
And if we found reason to depart from that, we would do it proactively to try to, it would cost money to go to a new service. There'd have to be a big reason.
Yeah, and they are affiliated, or I think they, I don't know if they still are, with ICMA, the International City Managers Association. So and we benchmark ourselves against cities our size across the United States. Plus, they have all of our benchmark data going back to 2012, so.
So I think the legal standard is pretty easily satisfied on this one. It seems like nobody objects. Okay.
I agree.
Okay. The next one is environmental stewardship programs. There's a couple of examples in the staff report. The two most recent examples that I can present are Backyard Habitat and Friends of Trees. So these are local nonprofit organizations that work with the community. They organize volunteers. They engage in activities like tree planting. So there's a very clear connection to public service. This is not really the type of activity that private businesses are engaged in. My understanding is that there's very few organizations that provide this type of service. So again, the argument for adding this exemption is just to make staff's process a little bit more efficient. Okay.
That's fine.
And the final one here, public art. This is not in your staff report. This is something that came up for us pretty recently. Since I started at the city, we did help Erica Valentine develop a public art program policy. It's a pretty comprehensive document. I'm actually pretty sure that City Council reviewed it a couple months ago. There is a procurement process built into this document, and public art, as you can imagine, is a little bit different than, run-of-the-mill goods and services. There are some very special considerations you have to take in terms of what is the impact of the art on the community, and the evaluation process is a little different. So the proposal here is just to exempt public art from the state-imposed public procurement rules and just go with the process that's laid out in the public art policy.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
We discussed that earlier.
All right, and final point, I'll try to be as quick as possible. So there's state statutes allow local jurisdictions to engage in affirmative action programs with respect to public contracting. So the question we have for City Council really relates to our approach to this. There's a couple different paths we could take. We could either try to affirmatively reduce barriers, which I think is a more conservative approach, or like some jurisdictions have actually gone as far as to give special preference to certain types of businesses, like women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses. There's a little bit of risk here. As you may know, the Supreme Court, being what it is today, is taking a very different approach to affirmative action programs. There is a constitutional standard to think about. We obviously don't want to set the city up with a public procurement program that could be at risk of challenge under the Equal Protection Clause. So these are the things we are weighing. The argument really is that, traditionally before these public procurement rules existed, there was favoritism, and contracts and public dollars went to very specific businesses. So all of this is about, opening up equal access to public procurement dollars. The COVID certifications that you can consider are minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and emerging small businesses. It's relatively safe to to treat veteran-owned businesses and emerging small businesses a little bit differently. Those categories are subject to a lower level of constitutional scrutiny. You're wading into more dangerous waters when you treat a business differently based on, whether they're owned by minorities or women. Those are categories that are subject to a higher level of scrutiny under the Constitution. So the city of Wilsonville currently doesn't have any kind of affirmative action program in its public procurement system. The question for City Council is, what do you want this to look like for the city of Wilsonville? I suppose what what the legal department would recommend at this point is the more conservative approach, where in our manual, so not in our code, we let staff know that they can reach out to COBID certified businesses. COBID is the state office that certifies whether a business is owned by a minority or like by a woman or is an emerging small business. We can tell staff that they can, if they have an RFP, for example, reach out to chambers of commerce or, certain groups to make those opportunities known to these groups, but not necessarily require a special preference be given to these sorts of businesses. They're two different approaches that you can take. Does all that make sense?
It does, and two comments on that. First of all, I think that encouraging women-owned, minority, veteran businesses in any type of barriers like that, and encouraging those companies to apply is something that I believe that we already do as a matter of course, correct? No?
No, that's one of the things that we're talking about, is that it would be an active step of us saying that is something that we would start doing.
Encouraging, but not necessarily having it in code. Okay.
Yep.
So secondarily, though, what I would like to see, again, and I know I've said this a few times, I would like to see the research and reaching out to some of our other nearby cities and see what they already have in place too,
And
for precedent.
Yes.
I have a comment on that I do not believe, I think we should stay out of this risky area. We are a smaller city. Larger organizations have found problems that are really difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas there's often not enough of a choice. And so I think that the idea of a practice that gets the request for proposals well-known, and I think an old school practice is it just goes to these 5 people, we've known them for years, send them to those folks. But using a broad approach to make sure that a very wide variety of new, small, women-owned, minority, veteran, a wide approach of people, including existing businesses, have the opportunity to see those requests for proposals.
Yeah,
I think that's a good next step for us, and I think this is a risky, unrefined area.
Did you want to say something? Mm-hmm. No? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I agree kind of with that approach that, so it sounds like really we kind of have two concepts here. The concept one is preference given, or concept two is like notification given, right? And notification, I feel like, should be absolutely something that we do.
Yeah.
So maybe beyond writing in the manual that, oh, you could do this, like lay out why we believe this is important for our city, and kind of tie it back to some of the values and the critical things that we think are the foundation of the wonderful community that we have here. So
Right.
I would see something like that being a good way to go.
And just FYI, we did recently go to the DEI committee. We presented in broad terms, what our recommended approach is currently. They were generally on board with that. I do plan to go back to them with more specific language. So I'll keep you informed of the conversation that we have with them. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty big conversation, and one that might need to go beyond our current timeline, which this is the timeline we're currently working with. We're hoping to have the code revised, work on the code with you in May. We're hoping that the manual will be ready for use by staff 1st of July. This work around affirmative action, maybe an ongoing conversation past July 1st. So we'll have to see what happens.
And I'll just note that as Stephanie mentioned again, that in talking about reducing barriers, i.e. providing information and opportunities rather than preference, is something that would be in the manual, it wouldn't be in the code. So that's why it wouldn't be part of what the council considers and would be on a separate time frame.
What is the best practice for doing that?
That's exactly what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
too.
so for example, Tualatin Hills Parks and Recreation District does similar to what we're recommending doing, but they go a little bit above and beyond, where they will bring in the state agency that runs the COVID program, and they'll invite businesses to come and learn, how do you become a certified business? So they do other things, again, about providing additional information, but they don't do a preference. Milwaukee does have a preferential system, and we're not recommending doing that without, absent going into studies where we can document that this actually is occurring, which we don't have that evidence. We would not recommend doing that.
Time to do that. I mean, this is kind of,
Yeah.
there's not an urgency to jump into that right now.
Right.
Before we
Exactly.
try out some best practices.
Yeah, and the city of Portland undertook the study that I'm talking about and did not find evidence to support a preferential system.
That's it. So I'll be back.
52.
Yeah, I don't know if that's overtime or not, but I will be back in a few weeks.
Okay. So we will break our work session and reconvene at 7 for the regular city council meeting. Adjourn the work session. I will call to order a meeting of the Wilsonville City Council for a regular meeting on February 22nd at 7:02 p.m. Will the city recorder please call the roll?
Mayor, Councilor Berry.
Present.
Councilor Linville.
Here.
Council President Ockervall. Here. Councilor Dunwell. Here. Mayor Fitzgerald.
Here. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a motion, Council President Ockervall, to approve the following order of agenda?
Your Honor, I move to approve the following order of agenda.
Second?
I will second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to mayor's business, and I'm going to start off by actually putting this piece up here. See if I can do that briefly. That is a lacquerware panel that actually was given to the city of Wilsonville by the city of Kitakata, Japan, which is, as you probably know, has been a sister city of Wilsonville for now 35 years. And this was done by an artist in Kitakata recognizing the 35 years. And some of you may have been to Kitakata and learned about their very elaborate, very old lacquerware process using actual sap from trees and a special process. And so we appreciate them giving this to us. As we said at an earlier meeting, members of the City Council and I visited Kitakata, Japan earlier this month for the occasion of celebrating this 35th anniversary of our sister city relationship, and we were hosted by people in Japan for a few days, and it was wonderful to meet them, and we met business owners who had previously been students who came here on exchange when they were young and heard about their processes of getting into business. One was in the sake business, another one, two of them leading in that business, and we had people in restaurants and other businesses, and learned a lot about their culture. And in fact, there are going to be 20 students from Wilsonville area high schools going to Japan this fall to be hosted by the people in Kitakata. So it was a great experience, and Kitakata Mayor Endo and City Council President Kobayashi were just wonderful, generous hosts who showed us their city. We also toured their city hall, learned about their earthquake resiliency standards, and more. So that area is really blessed with an abundance of water that comes from the mountains, and that fresh water is what makes them well known for their rice and their ramen and also sake. And so while we were there, Council President Ockervall and I and the chair of our Kitakata Committee, which I'm going to open this up right here. Adrienne Spritzmeyer joined with the mayor and the head of their business group, and we signed the declaration of the 35th anniversary of the sister city relationship of Wilsonville and Kitakata. And the proclamation reads as follows. In October 1988, the cities of Wilsonville and Kitakata established a sister city relationship in order to deepen understanding and friendship between the two cities through an exchange program in such fields as education, culture, and economy. Over the years, intercultural exchanges between civic leaders, community members, and students in a wide range of fields have facilitated deeper understanding, stronger connections, and many friendships between our cities. To commemorate the 35th anniversary, we hereby declare that our two cities will continue to promote even broader exchanges, building the trust and ties we have developed. Signed this 4th of February, 2024. And I would like to ask, because all of our council wasn't able to be there, but I would like to ask for a motion to ratify this.
Your Honor, I move to ratify the declaration of the 35th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Wilsonville, Oregon and Kitakata, Japan.
I'd like to second it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion?
Well, I think when we look at the over 400 students which have been exchanged, both Japanese students and Wilsonville students, Wilsonville area students, I think the success of that relationship is in the hearts and the souls of our students. And I think it's seen in some of the representatives that are on our advisory board who were former students who attended exchanges while they were young people in high school, as well as the adults that we met in Japan and the students who helped to host us. I can't see any reason that we would not ratify this declaration.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. A brief mention on our DEI speakers series, and for this year, there is a poster out in the hall. Just before leaving for that trip, I had a chance to attend the first talk of the year, and it was at Clackamas Community College, and it was a really fascinating discussion led by Carla Brashear, who is an attorney, lives in Wilsonville, has 2 young children and a family, and she presented that night with her mother, Elizabeth, and we learned about her mother's experience as somebody who had to flee her home and come to the United States, and she made the point, and this is on video so people can watch this, so she had a much different experience than some of the ones that we often read about. Huge political changes and all of the things that they went through, and had a great life and are here in Wilsonville. And so the next series, the next talk is going to be March 6th, and the speaker will be Erica Pham. She is now chair of the DEI committee. And these series are really a chance to just learn from people who have had certain experiences, hear about their experiences, and have discussions. And they've been very well attended. This discussion is about how to better understand and be an ally to people in the LGBTQIA+ community. And that's on March 6th in the evening. Upcoming meetings to share with the council. I have the pleasure tomorrow to present with 8 other Portland area mayors at the Clackamas County Business Alliance Luncheon meeting in Oregon City. And I'll be joined by Mayor Beatty, Mayor of Milwaukee, Mayor Bielostowski of West Lynn, Mayor Buck of Lake Oswego, Mayor Ellis of Happy Valley, Mayor McGriff of Oregon City, Mayor Milch of Gladstone, and Mayor Pulliam of Sandy. And we've each been asked to present on local economic development issues and our priorities as cities for 2024. And you can learn about that at ccba.biz. And also tomorrow morning, right here in town, Clackamas Community College President Tim Cook will present the annual State of the College Address at 9 a.m. And it's being held at the Oregon City campus, actually, to correct myself there, and it'll be televised via Zoom. I'd like to offer a congratulations and recognition to our city recorder, Kim Valise. She might know I was going to do this. But Kim recently received her Master Municipal Clerk certification, otherwise known as the MMC, and it is the second and more advanced of the two professional designations granted by International Institute of Municipal Clerks. It's an advanced continuing education program that prepares participants to perform complex municipal duties. And it really has an extensive and rigorous education component, and we really appreciate you pursuing that and congratulate you on completing it, Kim. Now I have a couple of items regarding the Oregon State Legislature, which is well underway. As everybody knows, in this short session, I just attended a 2-hour meeting today with the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium, because together, often as mayors, we can push towards certain legislative outcomes that will benefit cities. And we have a process to decide how we're going to do that. The city did, so we're working with the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium on a number of things that overlap with things that the city of Wilsonville is doing. One of them I'm going to start with is that the city and our transportation program, SMART, and many other cities and transit agencies have supported Senate Bill 1572, which is to fund an ODOT study of extending the West train, the West Side Express commuter train from Wilsonville to Salem. This train was originally envisioned to go all the way to Salem. It never did. So everybody knows that Beaverton to Wilsonville is not an ideal way to have a train. And so there's incredible support for this study to extend it to Salem. And there's even been further interest in extending it to Eugene. But at this point, the bill is about extending it to Salem. It's been heard before the Joint Committee on Transportation, and it has support from a range of constituencies, both lawmakers in both major parties and in both the House and the Senate. And a work session was scheduled tonight to refer it to the Joint Ways and Means Committee. I don't know if we've heard the results of that yet. But really it calls for a study to identify how it could work, how it could be funded, and how it could be successful. So we're excited about that, and the Metropolitan Mayors Commission did endorse it. The city also provided testimony in support of Senate Bill 1576, which restores recreational immunity for public use of trails. And you might have read in the news about a situation where somebody was injured at a city in the coast using a bridge type facility and slipped, and it resulted in the court case exposed cities and other, which of course I'm very sorry the person was injured, it went to court, all kinds of things happened, and as a result it exposed cities and agencies and companies to liability if a member of the public is injured when using a free trail. So the Senate Committee on Judiciary appears poised to adopt a bill that would temporarily restore the recreational immunity until 2025, when a more permanent fix would be sought by legislators, because there's actually been advice from some insurance companies insuring cities to close all city trails because of that. And there are lots of complexities to this that need to be looked at. Of course, all of the facilities need to be safe, but how can cities keep them open and maintain them to the standards necessary? Legislators are looking to create a state residential housing infrastructure fund, which we support in Senate Bill 1530. However, Senate Bill 1537 allows the state to preempt certain land use and permitting decisions by cities. It overrides land use laws for urban growth boundary expansion, and that does cause problems, and that was a subject of big discussion at the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium, the way that is being worded right We heard the legislator heard a bill that would reauthorize and fund the Business Oregon RSIS, which is Regionally Significant Industrial Sites Programs, and Wilsonville is one of a dozen local governments that has applied to participate in this program, if and when it is funded. I think the last point I would like to make is that going back to the study for extending west to Salem, there is a possible action where cities will be asked to appoint a representative. Of course, Wilsonville would like to be on that. It's a little early to do that now, but I would like to ask the council members to consider if they would, one of you would like to serve on that committee. So please think about that, and I'll send out some more information because we may discuss that later. And I have another item from the legislature, which is regarding Measure 110 legislation that we discussed again at the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium today, and we had the League of Oregon Cities there, and it is about House Bill 4002-24, and it's about, as you've probably been reading in the news, lots of discussion at the legislature on what to do about Measure 110, and there is a request by the League of Oregon Cities to move forward with something that is recommended to help provide basically treatment. I'm not going to go into all the details of it right now because I would like Chief Werps to do that, if I can put you on the spot. He's going to be with us a little bit later. I think it'd be more expedient to hear from Chief Werps, Wilsonville Police, who's a member of the Clackamas County Sheriff's Department. So if you don't mind, we can talk about it then. So in closing, the last item I'd like to note is that our next city council meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 4th, 2024, starting at 7 p.m. And that brings us to Chief Werps.
Can you turn up the volume, please?
Oh. That might be better. That's better. I'm sorry, I had that aimed to the side a little bit. Thanks for letting me know.
That PowerPoint on here, Kim? I'm not as good as technology as I should be.
This side.
Oh, this side, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
I have to share the screen here really quick.
So this is all pretty new from today, so I'm just handing it.
No problem. So I gotta move this. There you go.
Cool, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and everyone else present today. My name is Robert Werps, Chief of Police for the City of Wilsonville. Today I was going to come in and talk a little bit about some trends we've seen, primarily looking at 2023, but then also the 2 years prior to that. I tried to keep this high level and short. You know, there's a lot of different directions somebody can go with how we present this information, but we'll try to roll with this. So I'll start out by looking at this, and this is our patrol measures, and then we'll get into some weeds, and I'll try to explain some of the pieces of this as we go through. Please cut me off with any questions, and I'll try to address those. And then I can try to do what I can with the ballot measure 110 stuff. I know that there's an agreement reached on that, and I'm not privy to all the details just yet on where we're headed with that, but I can address some of it. So anyway, last year we saw 2023, 30 plus calls a day is kind of the average of what we're seeing. And then on the right, we've got several graphs. I tried to not be too graphy, but there's a lot of good info in here. So I'm going to start at the top left, and the darker color there, the darker block, that's 2021. The middle one's 22, and then the lighter block's 23. And what we're looking at in the top left, this is all of calls for service. So these are all the calls that came to us from the public. So these are the ones that typically come to us through the dispatch center, and that we get a radio call and then we respond to those calls. So that's the graph you see on the upper left. And what we've seen is actually pretty significant downtrends. which is a good thing. We've seen downtrending on the calls for service, so public demand for calls for service. Now, the chart on the right then, now this is self-initiated activity by deputies. I'm actually really proud of what I see here. So as our demand by radio calls goes down, what we're seeing is an upward trend over the years of the self-initiated activity. So that's a good thing. And that means self-initiated activities, traffic stops, building checks, checking the park, checking parking complaints, checking, so things that the deputy is driving and doing the work. So that's a really good trend to see there. Now these bottom three charts, again, this is overall. So the reason it's broken down like this is because this is how we report to the FBI. So every year we give what they call the NIBRS report to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. And these are their three categories they look at. The first one is person crimes. I'll go through and define these, and then as we look at them in rates, I'll define them again so we don't get confused. So person crimes is something that criminally happened to you physically. So these are domestic violence, assault, harassment, sex assault, that type of thing. So those are our person crimes. So that's what falls under that definition. Thankfully, we have overall a pretty low number of those in Wilsonville overall. But as you can see in that particular one, we see some slight upticks. But looking even further back, I only went 3 years on this one. We see this kind of a roller coaster. There are years that goes up and years that goes down. It's hard for me to quantify why that is necessarily or why we see an uptrend, because I run into that trap of the correlation and causation. So I don't want to correlate anything that I'm not certain that was actually the cause. And I can talk a little bit about some of the things that we do that I'd like to think contribute to these, and I'll get to that. The next one's property crime, and this is the one that probably most people have an effect of, because this is when your car gets broken into and somebody steals a package off your porch, does graffiti to your business. Those are the type of things that have that real visceral effect to all of us, because that's happened to me too. And so in the property crimes, what we see is a pretty significant uptick in 2022, and then we've seen a downtrend last year in 2023, and I hope we can keep that flat or at least continue that trend, so that's really good. And then this last category here is societal and regulatory crimes. Again, these are weird titles, but this is just how the FBI breaks these down. These type of crimes are the one where a specific person's not the victim. So these are the type of, we catch somebody with illegal weapons, a DUI driver, offensive littering. So these are where the law is broken. Feel free to jump into. These are when the law is broken, but there's not a specific person that's the victim of said crime. Okay. Hopefully that kind of clarifies what we're looking at. I'm going to kind of just glance over this one. This will be obviously a public document, but it's always interesting to me just to see the super wide variety of calls we're responding to, because it's everything. Our officers have to know so much about so many things to help address this wide, and this is just a touch of the type of calls we go to. But I'm going to just glass over this one. So these are then, I kind of dove into crime rates on this one because I found this one to be interesting. And the other thing I left on here was the county and other cities, including STK and Happy Valley, which are the other contract cities of the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. To put this all into context, so what you see on the top side is Clackamas County. They divide that into inlying and outlying. So inlying is, if you can picture Clackamas Town Center, McLaughlin, so outside of unincorporated Milwaukee, unincorporated Gladstone, unincorporated Lake Oswego. So all those areas are what we refer to as our inlying areas, and our inlying areas stretch all the way to about, if you're familiar with that particular area, about from I-205 to about 172nd, if that makes sense, so other side of Happy Valley. From there through Mount Hood, Estacada, Colton, and Canby, that's what we consider our outlying areas, so very rural out that way. So that's the context of what inlying and outlying means. And you can kind of see those rates up there. It's an interesting comparison. I think if I just show you the rate for the city of Wilsonville alone, it doesn't have the context that you see with these when you have it in comparison to other places. So again, here what we're looking at, all crime types, and what we're seeing here is our crime rate currently is 41.1, that's per 1,000. And then I also, in the bottom, you'll see in the blue box, I also went back to 2021, we're at 50.4, in 2022 it went up slightly, 51.3, so we're, again, a really good trend in overall reported crimes. Then I'll jump into just the property one. And again, this seems to have, not taking away from person crimes, obviously, those have a significant impact on people and families. But general theft, petty theft has a very a big effect on the community and how we feel about livability and things like that. So in this one, we also see, again, I have all the context of the county in and outlying in the different cities. So our current crime rate in property crimes, 27. And then if we look back, we're also seeing this trending downward as well. So in 2021, 35.3. 2022 went up slightly. So we interestingly saw a spike in a lot of things in 2022, and then we saw a downtrend in 2023. And again, this is for property crimes, which is typically petty theft, but there are more serious crimes like burglary, which you don't see a ton of, but those are when a house gets broken into. That's also property crime. So this is your person crimes. Again, these numbers are a lot smaller, thankfully, because these are your much higher impact crimes, particularly to individuals or victims of domestic violence or sex assault, things of that nature, but also harassment, neighbor disputes where things have got too far, that bar fights, all that kind of stuff. Right now, we've got 5.6 per thousand, and then in 2021, it was 5.9, so a little higher. 2022, we saw actually a small dive and then up. And this isn't, again, this zigzagging trend of up and down is something I've seen when I do my quarterly reports. It's not uncommon to see that. But overall, I'm glad to say things like that remain fairly flat. And again, societal crimes, these are crimes where there's not necessarily a person as a victim, but more so the state. We actually write the state of Oregon as the victim on these type of crimes. Again, that's the DUI, gun possession, excessive amount of drugs, so dealing, which is still illegal, that type of stuff. So in 2021, it was 14.1. We saw a significant dive in 2022 in these crimes, and then we kind of notched back upward in 2023 to 8.4 on those ones. And that's kind of my really high-level, fast overview of 2023. If people have questions about other things, more detailed, I'm certainly happy to dive into other areas. I've done longer ones of these, and I can watch people's eyes glaze over when I put too much data out there too. So I try to keep it pretty high level and just show what we're looking at trending wise. Again, it's dangerous territory for me to talk about why I think we've seen a decline. If I look at, correlation and causation is a big deal. I don't want to get in there. However, it is part of our mission too that we talk about frequently crime prevention tips. We have a crime prevention specialist that's done presentations in Charbonneau and Villebois where we talk about how to make yourself less of a victim of crime, particularly with property. Don't leave things in your car, leave your car in your garage, well-lit areas, control your package deliveries because package theft's a big deal. In terms of trends, that one's, we saw, it was a lot, so that's one thing. We're always trying to put the word out in person, social media, Boone's Ferry Messenger. We're trying to keep this constant drumbeat of information on how to not be a crime victim and help us keep these numbers down. So we're all in this together. That's the bottom line. The other thing I'm just going to plug really quickly, two things. One is, because people ask me what are the big things. Package theft's a big one. The other one while the numbers aren't huge, the impact is, even to me personally, I've seen a few cases that are just absolutely heartbreaking, and that's fraud. Internet fraud, phone fraud, bank fraud. Please, please, please stay in touch with your loved ones. One of the biggest victims we see this is the elderly population. So please check in with your family members, talk to them about what to do on the phone, what not to do, what information to share, what not to share. Stay in touch with them frequently because we see some very heartbreaking cases because these fraudsters have become, they're very good at their craft. I've fallen for a couple here and there. Thankfully they were small, but boy, they sure are sharp at what they do. They've gotten better, so I just want to throw that out there. Also, just want to throw a big shout out, Sergeant Hayden Sanders back there. He just came to us as our new night shift supervisor. Super excited to have him on board, and he just wanted to come and see what we're up to here today. With that, I can entertain questions about this or talk a little bit about intent. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation, Chief Werps. And we do have a report every month in the City Council packet.
Yep.
And that's a more abbreviated report. And we can schedule a more in-depth discussion if you'd like, but I'm really glad to see things are going down. Councilor Linville, looks like you have a comment.
I do. Very briefly, just last week, I got a question from one of our citizens who didn't really understand that we had a police department.
Yeah.
I think that's a pervading sense across maybe more citizens than we think. So I wondered if very briefly you could talk about just our police department and your role and the officers' roles as it relates specifically to our city and us being a local department.
Yeah, can do.
Even though we contract.
And I took that slide out of here. I had one in there for that too. Darn it. Anyway, so yes, real quickly, so the city of Wilsonville contracts with the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office for police services, but we have a very unique contract here. There's other contracts, but none are in the state of Oregon, other than the other ones we do, Happy Valley primarily, are like this one. This one's very unique. As you can see, we wear custom uniforms. It has the Wilsonville Police on the patch. These uniforms are different from the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. And the guys that come out here are here I've been here now for 6 years, going on 7, and this is my full-time job. This is all I do is serve the city of Wilsonville and then work for the guys that come out here. We have 2 full-time detectives that are permanently assigned out here. They're not on rotation. They don't do other work. They do help if there's like a major crime call out. They'll actually go help if there's a homicide. But even then, they're not the primary assigned guy. They're just to help typically canvassing a neighborhood. So we have two full-time assigned detectives. We have a traffic motorcycle and a traffic car. Both of them are full-time assignments out here dedicated to the city of Wilsonville. The only time they really leave the city is when we're doing organized missions and we share resources throughout other small cities collectively. We have a mental health clinician that's attached to the police department. She's also here full-time. This is her full-time job, servicing calls here in the city of Wilsonville. And then we have 3 supervisors, much like Hayden. Their minimum assignment here is 1 year, and oftentimes we see far longer. Like our last sergeant that rotated out was here for 4 years that he served here. So we do get a lot of folks. We have a full-time SRO. That SRO's primary duty is at Wilsonville High School. He's assigned here full-time, doesn't patrol anywhere in the county or go to any other schools. We try to keep our cars marked City of Wilsonville, right? So it has that feel like we're our own community. And the one thing that's good about keeping our deputies here, like a few of our day shift deputies have been here for longer than their terms, going 2, 3 into 4 years. And what I love about that is they are so in touch with the community. They know so many people, and they know when a call comes in, like, yeah, we know who that is. We know what to do or which direction this is going to go. So that's kind of how this works. We have a lot of full-time people assigned here, and their full-time jobs dedicated to the city. It's not, with small exceptions, it's really not that different than a municipal part. I can talk about the advantages. The advantages Hayden Sanders comes to us with a great deal of experience, just as an example, not putting you on the spot. Comes to us with a lot of experience. He was on the SWAT team. He was on the U.S. Marshals fugitive apprehension team. And he's also a background in communications, works with our PIO unit. So those are really valuable skills. Our detectives currently are 2 of the most tenured detectives that the sheriff's office has. One of them is our expert in property crime. So we're very fortunate often that we have detectives out here, and our sergeants have all previously been detectives. So they're very in tune what's required when something big happens, a homicide or a major assault. They know what to do, and even when there's really big crimes, some of the cities have to reach out for help. We don't have to do that because we have the whole base, our investigations division, to fall back upon should we need more than the 2 that are assigned out here. I hope that covers what you want.
Yes, thank you very much, Chief. And now Councilor Dunwell.
Just very quickly, thank you for the quality of the officers that I think you model as their chief. A really great relationship with all the citizens of this city. One of the things that strikes me living in Wilsonville is we are dissected by I-5, which is, as everyone well knows, is a corridor of not necessarily folks that are trying to get off I-5 and go to their homes, and sometimes looking for trouble. So the presence of your officers in our neighborhoods, I am continually impressed with the fact that I see them daily. And they may not necessarily be pulling someone over, but just by their presence and by their familiarity with our community overall, I think brings an intrinsic value that all of our citizens are benefiting from. And I'm glad you mentioned the overall additional power of bringing the Clackamas County Sheriff's offices, whether it's drones, water, boat, whatever we need is like that. and they're right at our service. We benefit from our relationship with the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, and I'm really pleased that it's continuing. So thank you.
Thanks. I'm really biased, so my opinion on that is probably not valid.
And I see Counselor Berry.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. It's always reassuring to hear that our crime numbers are fairly low. I would like you to speak a little bit about the behaviors health specialists and how that has helped Wilsonville.
Yeah, I'm really proud of that, and someday when I move on to greener pastures, as they say, that'll be one of my crowning achievements, is really to begin that discussion with the city and talk about the need that we see for mental health crisis, people in crisis, and I'm a cheerleader for the cops. It's my job, but they are very good at dealing with mentally ill people, far more than they get credit for. So I'm going to cheerlead for that. However, it's really nice to have someone that has an education, a background, especially. She has her master's degree. She's a social worker. She has her master's degree in social work, and so she comes to us from, and then she's also contracted but attached to the police department. She's just been an absolute gem. She's blended in very well with the team. She goes out, sometimes she'll hear calls on the radio and she'll go directly when the call comes out. Other times it's the officers doing a referral saying, hey, this is what we ran into, could you please follow up? So we see a lot of follow-ups. I'm proud to say we just had our first placement to Bybee Lakes, which was a relationship her and I developed, went and did that training and got the facility tour, did the training to become a referral agency. And just last week, we had our first placement into Bybee Lakes, which is a facility that, if we're not familiar, the old Wapato jail, they've converted into a place that can get people back on their feet, give them resources, a bed, a shower, meals, and they work on job skills and placement, so forth. It's a neat program. We had our first placement there. So that's one of the success stories. Anyway, it's a great program. It's really working out great.
That's great. Thank you. And I appreciate how Brenda Evans works with community agencies and has helped
Yes.
Effectiveness in just even very moderate things to keep them from escalating. Yeah. So, Council President Aukerball.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I love having you come to present this information for us and hope that it can be on a regular rotation. Although I do also appreciate the material that we get in the monthly packet as well. And community members may want to know that they can access that information too. They can get, it's public information. It's in the manager's, city manager's report monthly, but there's a dashboard where you can go online and you can actually, move some of those metrics around, and that's, that's accessible to everyone. Your final slide here. Obviously, these are pictures of interaction with the community, and I wonder if you can just briefly give us a sense of what some of your strategies or different programs you've done to help build those relationships with community members. What are we looking at? Yeah,
so thank you. The culture, that's something I'm always trying to work on, is the constant conversation to change our culture. And those cultural drives for me are when you see our cops in the neighborhood patrolling when they're not on a call, is because that's what we talk about all the time, and that's what's important to me, and I pass that on and makes it important to everybody. On that same note, we talk about that with community engagement. We try to do our best to connect with the community. We don't, these last few years, it's gotten better, but man, there were some tough times for cops and people weren't really loving on the police very much. I am grateful for the city. You guys have always been very supportive. But anyway, my point here is with some of these photographs is that that's very important to us to connect with the community and engage. The top left there, it's Coffee with a Cop. We've hosted that several times. Community commanders can just have a conversation about whatever they like, questions about law enforcement, talking about kids' baseball, whatever it is. And we like taking funny pictures. That one in the top center is there. You see a dog in the driver's seat. It's a little harder to see from a distance, but we try to grab funny opportunities because humor bonds people, and I'm a big fan of humor, so we use that appropriately when we can. National Night Out's really big. Traffic safety, you can see our motorcycle officer out. He went to a bicycle camp that the kids had and talked about bicycle safety. I believe that one's our city block party. I did a few of us did the Shop with a Cop, which is a really cool program where we get money to go shopping with kids who are somewhat underprivileged and have a fun time with that. And bottom right's our SRO, with the Boy Scouts. So we really try to grab every opportunity we can. So please, if the public has opportunities for us you'd like to come to, we're happy to do it.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I know we've got a lot of people here to participate, and I'm really glad we got to spend this time with you, so don't leave yet.
Yeah, Measure 110, right?
And could anyone who wants to take this opportunity to just say thank you to our police force? Thank you. It's a very hard job, and I appreciate all the calls you take from me and people who call me, and I said, just call the chief, call the
Yeah.
police. Very responsive.
You guys actually pay me for it, so man.
Thank you. So I have a copy of this letter. Do you have one? The moving to the Measure 110?
I have.
Oh, she's
I don't-
got one here, okay. So basically, we've been asked to sign this. We just got this today. I'm in favor of having City of Wilsonville sign it. It's not perfect. It is a way that our police, our law enforcement, and our district attorneys, and also League of Oregon Cities have ascertained through this period in the short session of the legislature that signing this letter would make a big difference. And there's still decisions to be made, but anything you can add.
Yeah, Measure 110 it's a big deal, and there was a voter-approved initiative that is, in short summary, basically made user possession of all drugs legal. And that's a big cultural change. And it created a lot of challenges for us too, because sometimes without a little bit of leverage to help people along, they sometimes can't get there on their own, and we've seen a lot of that, and that's been a struggle for us. I do want to say this. I know that I know all the sheriffs, in fact, the entire OSSA, all the chiefs of police, district attorneys, League of Oregon Cities, they've all collectively, I can tell you that we all support getting people back on their feet and getting them help. We all know and don't take any pleasure in just throwing people in jail and getting a felony and being a felon the rest of your life. No, we don't want that for anybody. And I know that's a clear message from everybody, that we want this to be something where we collaboratively work with other partners that can help us get on our feet. I know the Sheriff's Office is actually working on a stabilization center. We've been working on that for 3 years. It's a big project, but we're inching closer to it. But that would be something where we could take somebody who's just in crisis, maybe due to drugs, that we can get them there, get them stabilized. Again, what we really want is people to get help, get the rehab. But right now we're in a position where there's not much out there for us to refer people to. So one of my big hopes, and I speak for the sheriff here too, is that we get that some of this funding actually goes to get treatment centers in place. Because as I was made aware this morning, an agreement was made in Salem that makes drug possession an unclassified misdemeanor. People ask me, what is an unclassified misdemeanor? I'll touch on that very briefly. There's misdemeanors come in A, B, and C, and they have specific fine amounts, and you can help me out on this if you want. Specific fine amounts and/or specific sentences attached to A, B, and C. C being the least, A being the greatest. For example, a DUI falls into the A misdemeanor. And then C misdemeanors are more like offensive littering, that type of stuff. That's kind of the scale to picture it. Now, an unclassified misdemeanor, I'm not an attorney, I don't quite. The way I understand it is that it's a misdemeanor that of its own classification that doesn't fit necessarily into A, B, or C. I believe they did that, and I don't want to speak too far out of turn, is to give some flexibility to the district attorney as to how that needs to be used. Obviously, the hope is we use that at the lowest level possible, and I've heard the DA himself say, hey, we want off-ramps, right? You get the misdemeanor, we want you to have the ability to get out of that misdemeanor because you've gotten the help or connected with the right people. That's the desire. But then again, some people just aren't going to get there, and then it leaves some flexibility to make that penalty a little bit more steep, and I believe most of that is for dealers, more so than the users.
So basically, this statement, thank you very much. This is a statement of commitment that we will work with local partners, including but not limited to behavioral health resource networks, community mental health providers, community-based organizations, peer support organizations, law enforcement agencies, district attorneys, courts, and local county, city governments to develop county and/or city-specific plans and programs. Our efforts will focus on evidence-based solutions like mobile crisis team or LEADS-like programs We will apply for funding, if needed, to the Improving People's Access to Community-Based Treatment, Supports, and Services Grant Review Committee. We also agree to participate in the impacts data collection and review process. If barriers other than funding prevent programs from being stood up, we will work in partnership with the legislature and the Impacts Grant Review Committee to identify solutions by September 1st, 2024. As soon as funding is received, we will work to immediately stand up programs in our communities. Once developed, funded, and stood up, our law enforcement partners commit to divert individuals that are facing a PCSU charge based off objective, evidence-based national standards. Additionally, our district attorney will divert all successful participants away from the criminal justice system and not pursue the PCSU charge. So this is just one aspect of what the legislature is working on, and there could be $10 million available to get this one element to be a possibility.
Yeah. PCSU, by the way, is possession of a controlled substance, unclassified. That's what that stands for. There's a lot of jargon in here, actually.
So with that, I would like to ask the council for a motion to sign this letter of a commitment so that we can work with our other cities to make some progress in this one element of this huge problem. Do I have a motion?
I move to accept the Measure 110 Legislative HB 4002-24 pre-booking diversion letter, which has been discussed tonight at this meeting.
I second the motion.
The motion's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Chief Werps. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here. So that brings us to the next section of our agenda, which I think a lot of the people here are here for, and this is our citizen input and community announcements section. It's an opportunity, as you can read on the screen, for visitors to address the council on any matter concerning the city's business or any matter over which the council has control. It is also the time to address items that are on the agenda but are not scheduled for a public hearing. Staff and city council make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizens input before tonight's meeting ends or as quickly as possible thereafter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Use a raise hand feature of Zoom to let us know if you'd like to provide comments. And I do have some comment cards. There might be some more that I haven't received yet, but most of them are related to part of our new business section of our agenda, which include resolution number 3125 and resolution 3126. And those are not, we are not having a public hearing for those. Those are resolutions. I'm just saying that because I saw one of the notes recommended or referenced a hearing. Do you have anything to add to the structure of this, City Attorney Guile Hinman?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So for any items that are not scheduled for public hearing, if the public wants to comment during this period, during citizen input and community announcements would be the time to do that.
Okay. So I am going to start with that subject, and I haven't looked at all of these. I'm going to start with John Vandenberg. And if you read your name and if your address is on file, you don't have to read it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councilors. John Vandenberg, and my address is on file. And I speak in support of Resolution 3125 and Resolution 3126. And whatever one thinks about term limits, these resolutions make sense as a matter of just fairness to Wilsonville voters, and more specifically, that Wilsonville voters should have the same opportunities that the Tualatin voters had. So as the council knows, in 2016, Tualatin voted 67% vote in favor of term limits provision. And then Wilsonville, in May of 2020, the voters voted for the same provision, the same term limits provision, limiting the members of the council to 12 years total, in essence. And that was a close, similar vote. 65% voted in favor of that. But then in May of 2022, the Tualatin voters were given the opportunity to weigh in on this issue again, and they voted 55% approval of the amendment, which kept everything the same as before with one exception, and that was, of course, that a member who was 2 terms on the council could then be 2 terms as mayor. And the city attorney's packet tonight gives all the great good reasons for that. But I'm more speaking to the fairness point. The Tualatin voters had an opportunity to weigh in again on the issue, and they voted in favor of this amendment. And it only seems fair that Wilsonville voters be given the same opportunity. On 3126, again, it's an issue of fairness. 3126, from my view, the language, the charter language is crystal clear. Unsurprisingly, 1 year means 1 year. But unfortunately, the explanatory statement in the voters pamphlet for 3126 had arguably a nonsensical statement that said, oh, interpreting the language to say that 1 day would constitute 1 year. Well, who knows if the voters were looking at that when they voted, or they were looking at the statutory or the charter language. So therefore, in fairness, it makes sense to put this to the Wilsonville voters and ask them to vote and clarify with the language that indeed 1 year means 1 year. And that's all 3126 does. And of course, this is not telling the voters how to vote. This is giving them the opportunity to weigh in on something the same way the Tualatin voters had an opportunity to do. And there's no reason why Wilsonville voters should be treated any worse than a Tualatin voter, with all respect to Tualatin. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is Doris Whaler.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. First, I'd like to thank you for the non-rolling chair, which don't like me. So thanks for the opportunity to speak before you today. I live at 6782 Southwest Whaler Way here in Wilsonville. I've lived here since 1964 when the population was 800 people. Over the decades, I've participated in many city task force and committees and closely followed many city council meetings. Resolution 3125 changes term limits to allow a one-term mayor an additional 4-year term. I oppose this resolution because it destroys the voter-approved sanctity of the 8-year interval before they could run again. Without that layoff, there is much more likelihood that political dynasties will be formed as they were before we voted for term limits. I'm one of 3 petitioners who brought the term limits measure to the ballot. We spent 1.5 years and many thousands of dollars getting 3,000 plus signatures to put term limits up for a vote of the people. The wording was carefully crafted to stop political dynasties from forming, and the voters passed the measure almost 2-1 just 4 short years ago. Now we are faced that this council wants to change term limits to their liking. You can, with only a stroke of the pen, sign these 2 resolutions gutting term limits to send them to a vote of the people again. Excuse me. Resolution 3126 changes the definition of the term to exclude days served by appointment. Beginning in 1991, our councils have used the following strategy to influence elections. A councilor would resign a few months before the end of their term. Then the council would appoint a like-minded person of their choosing to be on the council to fill up the term, and they would run as an incumbent in the next election. Past examples of appointees who ran as incumbents are Tim Knapp and Charlotte Lehan. Councillor Linville and Mayor Fitzgerald also started as appointees. It's common knowledge that incumbents win most of the time, as they have the advantage of name recognition and easier access to campaign finance. People wanting to run for city council are discouraged when they have to run against an incumbent. Why these two solutions now? Well, we have an election coming up.
We are at the 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll just complete then. This is how political dynasties are formed, and I'm pretty sure that 63% of the voters who approved term limits would be aghast at how these two resolutions got the intention of term limits. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to clarify, if we do have something that's factually incorrect, we're going to bring it up at the end, or possibly, I just want people to know that it's incorrect to say that I was appointed and that's how I became a counselor. I ran for office. I was elected, and by our charter, there was an empty position because there was a family tragedy. I hadn't even met him, but there I was, an elected person, and the position had been vacant for several months, and I was appointed. So yes, it's correct, I was appointed, but that isn't how I started my term in January. So we will now go to Wayne Richards.
I need readers at this age. So. Good evening, Mayor, Council President, and City Councilors of Wilsonville. First, thank you for I'm Wayne Richards, and my address is on file. I've been here a lot of times. Thank you for taking the time from your very busy schedule and duties to listen to citizen input. I very much appreciate that you are bringing this issue forward. First of all, I'd like to address Resolution 3125. Although I didn't vote for term limits, beginning what it says in the resolution support document, the potential lack of experience for a one-term mayor puts us at a serious disadvantage when dealing with priorities, visions, goals, and with regional, state, and federal agencies. They're complicated. As currently written, term limits of 12 years and a 20-year period does not distinguish between serving as mayor or councilor. This melding of term limits can seriously hurt the city of Wilsonville and its people. The mayor's job is, at its base, in my opinion, a relationship position that helps Wilsonville. There are over 20 priority relationships that a mayor must understand and deal with. Just think for a minute about ODOT, the Boone Bridge, tolling, Metro, also from Charbonneau, where I live, perspective about land use rules, about LUBA, about the Oregon Department of Aviation, our airport, our beautiful river. These are just a few. These things all matter, whether you are pro or con on term limits. The mayor is the one promoting for our quality of life, our safety, and our property values. 4 years barely gives a mayor time to take a deep breath, let alone understand what's behind the machinations we all face. Most all of our neighboring cities have separated the mayor position from that of city councilors, at least in part because they are truly separate jobs. They have separate term limits. My neighbors on both sides of the term limit question totally concur with accepting 3125 and allowing the mayor the necessary time to keep Wilsonville as one of the most livable cities in the Northwest. regarding 3126, of course pass that. Come on. Anyway, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Spence.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor Fitzgerald and councilors. My name is Dick Spence, and I live at 8428 Southwest Curry Drive in Wilsonville. I'd like to offer my comments regarding the two ballot measure resolutions on your agenda tonight. I want you to know that I voted for term limits in 2020, and I still think term limits are a good idea. They encourage periodic turnover and fresh ideas on the city council. However, I think the two resolutions being proposed tonight would actually improve how Wilsonville term limits work and make them more beneficial to the particular needs of the city of Wilsonville. The first resolution addresses the critical role of the mayor, who represents our interests beyond the city limits. It takes time for any mayor to cultivate relationships with their counterparts from other neighboring cities and counties. And even more important, to build relationships and influence with agencies like ODOT and the Metro, and continue to have a significant impact on Wilsonville. A strong, knowledgeable mayor can have a better seat at the table with her peers when there are discussions regarding tolling on the I-5, the bridge, how the governor's land use proposal will affect us, and of course, any developments south of the Willamette. In addition, when Wilsonville interests need to be represented at the state or federal level, it is the mayor who speaks for our city. A mayor with more experience would be in better position to maintain our position to stand up to these larger powers that don't always have Wilsonville best interests at heart. With these modifications, Wilsonville is likely to experience a string of one-term mayors. They will have limited time to build crucial relationships and establish themselves outside of Wilsonville, leaving us in a very serious, weakened position. The other proposed resolution is a reasonable clarification of the time that appointment counts towards a full 4-year term. If someone is appointed to a vacancy of less than 1 year, it does not count. If they are appointed for more than 1 year, it counts as a 4-year term. This is a clarification I can support. The fact is that most city councilors never consider running for mayor. It is a demanding job with many, many responsibilities. But those who do, the best mayors, spend time as councilors to gain the necessary knowledge and experience to lead our city effectively. So I want you to know that I support both of these minor modifications and term limits. They will ensure there's a regular turnover while still maintaining the strength, influence, and continuity that Wilsonville needs. I urge you to put both of these resolutions on the ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dina Oaks.
Good evening. My name is Dina Oaks, and I live in Morris Landing. My address is on the card that I submitted tonight. Mayor and councilors, thank you for your service and for allowing me the time to speak this evening. My name is Dina Oaks. I've lived in the area my whole life, growing up on Mountain Road and then raising my family in Wilsonville. My purpose tonight is to voice my very strong opposition to resolutions 3125 and 3126. Term limits passed overwhelmingly 4 short years ago and have barely been given a chance to serve their purpose. It's very disheartening and disappointing that the very people term limits were implemented for are the same people submitting the resolutions for change. Term limits were sought for 2 reasons. One was to only allow 12 years of service in a 20-year period, whether on council or for mayor. The other reason was because our city councils perpetually took advantage of the system by appointing members so they could run as incumbents. Now, here we are again with the city council trying to manipulate the system for their own benefit. Both resolutions show how the council is tone deaf to the will of the majority. They are a continuation of the good old boy, good old girl club that plagued this city for years. To be honest, they quite literally thumb their nose in voters' faces and circumvent the will of the voters. Additionally, many in our community have become so disillusioned with how appointments to city commissions are made, they don't even try anymore. Long-term residents who are very qualified, overqualified, I might add, can't get appointed to boards or commissions. This is proof that term limits are very much needed and that Resolution 3126 is an egregious overreach. In my opinion, the two newest council members, thank you, ran unopposed because so many have given up. I have little, if any, hope my words tonight will have even a smidgen of impact on any of you, but I had to try. The will of the voters was to stop the cycle and limit the years served. I implore you to not try and manipulate the system for your own benefit and to stop this gross abuse of power. And I have a little bit more time, so I really want to I just want to look at you and just say, I almost didn't come tonight. And I almost didn't come because I don't think you listen. I don't think that I'm going to move the needle at all. And I'm really afraid that this is just an attempt to maintain status quo. And I'm disheartened. I'm really disheartened. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Eric Winters.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Eric Winters. I live in Old Town. My address is on file. I've lived here over 18 years. I'm an attorney, and I was the one that drafted these term limits. I also gathered signatures in my neighborhood, knocked on a lot of doors. I only had one person told me no. In our drafting process, we looked at term limits for all over the metro area, not just Tualatin, though I had drafted the ones for Tualatin as well. We looked at Lake Oswego's term limits, which are 8-year limits, which do not separate out the mayor as a separate office. Nobody would argue that Lake Oswego has not had success in a professional, established, forward-thinking city council. They have made do with the people they have there. We decided 12 years would probably be a good limit. We wanted a little more flexibility here, but 12 years was the limit. And that's why we set it the way we wanted it to be. We didn't want there to be this appointment privilege process where people can get in and use the benefits of incumbency to stretch, to ease their reelection. We wanted to have open seat elections, because open seat elections mean that you have to go out the first time you're elected and knock on doors and meet people. We wanted that kind of community engagement. We have about 25,000 people in this city, and there's only 5 of you. So the ratio is really about 5,000 to 1. And it's not that tight a ratio. You're all special in your own ways, but you're not irreplaceable. There are pools of talent out there. And you need to let term limits operate. They just got started. What really bothers me the most about this is how disingenuous the ballot title process is. We had to submit our paperwork. We got a neutral ballot title, and we gathered signatures. You guys are writing your own ballot title, and it's slanted. It is not fair. I will read the caption of your ballot title. Amends charter to refine mayoral term limits in some circumstances, certain circumstances. What does refine mean? To free from impurities, to free from moral imperfection. Are you really trying to describe what you're doing here, or is this some sort of ad for the measure drafted within what's supposed to be neutral language? The same thing for the second resolution. It uses clarify. What's the definition of clarify? To make understandable, to free from confusion. Nobody was confused by the original language. You just want to use the power of your office to shape an election in an interest that is in conflict with you. And you shouldn't do it.
Thank you. We are out of time. Thank you very much. Siobhan Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Siobhan Murphy, and I'm a 10-year resident of Wilsonville with my address on file. I moved here because I'd heard that Wilsonville is a well-run, thoughtful city, a town with good quality of life, a safe place to live and raise children. My 10-year experience living here has affirmed that. My education and experience in public health has provided me with a lens with which to view the broad influence of community and government. The desire to be a part of the Wilsonville community led me to apply for and participate in the Civics Academy class of 2022. The knowledge I gained as a result of learning more about how the city runs, its history and decisions has only increased my appreciation of Wilsonville. The current state of the city is a result of foresight and planning by both dedicated city staff and elected officials. I've never spoken here before, but I'm here tonight to talk about term limits because this is something I care deeply about. I understand that there are some downsides to having entrenched officials who get reelected term after term. I appreciate that there are reasons to encourage new people with fresh ideas serving on city council and as mayor. My concern is that with total terms limited to only 3, if someone were to be elected to city council, serve 2 terms, and then run for mayor, they would be limited to only 1 term. As anyone who has ever started a new job knows, it takes time to come up to speed, time to learn the ropes, time to develop the relationships, and time to establish credibility. We're here tonight because we value the quality of life in Wilsonville and want it to continue. And I believe that we want Wilsonville's mayors to stand on equal footing, particularly when working on issues that cross city boundaries or interact with state agencies. I think that limiting the combination number of terms for city council and mayor to only 3 results in too short of a time for one of these very important roles. The result is that our city loses out on experienced, effective representation. Given the importance of having seasoned, influential elected officials, I'd like to ask the city to put these measures to the voters to allow for separating the city council term limits from that of the mayor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Ludlow.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I've lived here for 50 years, 50. And I want to tell you, by the way, in regards to, and it's not Kitakata, it's Katakatashi. In fact, the Chamber of Commerce was 2 years prior to the city becoming a sister city, was a sister chamber. I was president of the chamber then, and of course mayor when we went over to visit them the first time. Fantastic city.
That's excellent pronunciation of that town. I have a lot of trouble saying it the way you do.
Yeah, I know.
You got it.
Just remember, here's the key word, itadakimasu. That means I'm hungry. So anyway, beyond all. Who invented urban renewal in this town? It was me. I signed it into being. And I'll tell you why I did it, because down south, there's Daydream Ranch. Everybody kind of knows where that is. And alongside of the freeway is a road that was the only way in and out of there. And then the businesses along there all the way up to 76th Station. That was the only road to feed those people back into Wilsonville Road. Now think of that. That was a cul-de-sac that now was a straight line. If you wanted to, you could dive across and try to go south or north on I-5, or you can turn left on right on Wilsonville Road. Can you imagine what that was like? So we found a fix. It was $8 million, and we thought urban renewal. We put it to a vote of the people. They said no on advisory votes. We didn't do it. After I left office, it was reinstated. Those expenditures started at $8 million. Now, over $200 to $300 million has been spent on urban renewal. Now, for those that don't understand, urban renewal is when they freeze a taxing area. In this case, let's give you Villebois as an example. Villebois was a farm field. It was frozen in value as a farm field, and today it's still frozen as a farm field. Every bit of building, every bit of assessment in Villebois goes back, spread out throughout the city. I'm not an urban renewal district. I pay over $700 a year for urban renewal. How is that possible? Well, they got to spread the pain around. So we have paid over $50 million to make Villebois so, while the rest of the city pays. And let me give you an example from your own documents as to who's paying the bill for urban renewal, the tax increment financing. As an example, Clackamas County is losing $1.6 million a year from our urban renewal. Now, you know we have a contract with the police officers to take care of us, right? In Clackamas County, we say, all right, here, we're not going to take our $1.6 million anymore. We're going to ask you to put boots on the ground. How tight would we be in the city then? There would be no break-ins of cars like we hear about all the time. The city of Wilsonville itself, $1.8 million. Clackamas County, $1.6 million. The school district, $3.3 million a year from our taxing districts, or from our urban renewal. Tualatin Valley Fire and Rescue, this is a sore one. I love my firefighters. Well, the firefighters lose 2 engines a year just from Wilsonville for urban renewal. $1.1 million. I hear you. I'm a former elected official. I'm a former mayor of the city, former council person here, former chairman of the Clackamas County Board of Commissioners. I ran a little different. First of all, I had the citizens speak up front first, and second of all, I wouldn't cut them off at three minutes because they just weren't germane anymore, and that's what you're doing. So I'll let you go, but I'll tell you this. Also, you have no reason to be changing term limits. You know, how long does it take to do your job? You think there isn't smart people out there that couldn't step into your job right now? There are, and there should be. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see. Kristen Roche.
Hi there, my name is Kristen Roach. I've lived in the same home in Wilsonville Meadows for nearly the last 30 years. My husband has coached the boys varsity basketball team at Wilsonville High for 22, and the council has graciously recognized and honored 6 of the state championship teams that have come here before you, starting in 2005 and as recently as last year. So the recognition by the mayor and the council has meant a lot to the boys, their families, and our community. The boys are a product of this community. I mention this because despite being a diverse group, beliefs, viewpoints, backgrounds, they came together. And my question to each of you is this, as you consider these resolutions on term limits. Does our planning commission, both our DRB boards, our budget committee, reflect the rich diversity of our community? I would say not, and I'm going to give you some examples. DEI is touted, but there's a portion of the community that is prevented from participating on city commissions or boards. No one that publicly supported term limits has ever been placed on any commission or board. I have dozens of examples, but I give you 2. Kate Johnson, a 35-year Wilsonville resident, 10 years of volunteer service on city boards, a vocal supporter of term limits. When her volunteer position was up on the Parks Board, she reapplied and was passed over. I also point to John Badeo, a 30-year Wilsonville resident. He joins the elite ranks of being a 2018 Citizen of the Year. Over 5,300 citizens of Wilsonville checked his name on the ballot when he ran for city council in 2019. He was worthy enough to be recognized as a standout leader in Wilsonville, but the council has found no place for him on any board or any commission despite his accolades. And this is every year we see you guys have positions of 15 openings, 20 openings on DRB, planning. And then I look back here, and I don't know how many of you are on planning commissions or DRB, but what I see are 8-0, 6-0, 7-0. Records that reflect that very rarely is there a dissenter at the planning, the DRB, the budget meetings. Rubber stamp, groupthink, move on. The new apartment complex that will sit where Sherry's and McDonald's currently is allotted 64 parking spaces. This is an issue, and we know parking will be an issue. My time's wrapping up. I'm going to go fast. 2021, the council voted themselves hefty raises that far exceeded most other cities. You touted how it would directly impact council participation, yet you are the bouncer at this participation door. The makeup of our council also reflects another tradition. Former Mayor Lehan, appointed in 91. Former Mayor Knapp, appointed in 2003. Fitzgerald, I know it says on the records here, appointed 2012. Linville, appointed 2019. All are products. My question to you tonight, would you discuss the resolutions dealing with term limits and you subsequently will pass them? Will you again follow tradition and do so unanimously? I hope you prove me wrong.
Thank you. And now Paul Diller.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak. I'm a 10-year Wilsonville resident. My name is Paul Diller, and my address is on file. I also live in Wilsonville Meadows, like our prior speaker. I am here to speak in support of 3125 and 3126. I'll do my best not to reiterate points that were made already. Even though Robert's Rules of Orders doesn't apply to me specifically, I'll just stick with that, not to be redundant. But on 3126, which would make clear that, or change it so that, a day doesn't count as a year, the concern I see with the current system is that the council would be incentivized to appoint a lame duck to a vacant seat because they wouldn't want to cut somebody off at the knees who might want to run later and limit them to just one term. So in the situation where Mayor Fitzgerald back then was appointed after having won a seat, it would make sense to put her in that seat to get her going in the role rather than appoint an intentional lame duck and then have Councilor Fitzgerald take that seat. Another point I'll make is that when you compare the proposed amendment in 3126 to the 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the way that works in establishing term limits for U.S. presidents is it gives you up to 2 years to not count toward a term. Here, this is just saying up to a year wouldn't count as a term. So it's actually more conservative than the 22nd Amendment in terms of how it counts time served. I also don't think incumbency is that huge of an advantage. I do worry about that. I'm a law professor, so I worry about the way we, in this state, often appoint judges as incumbents. And then no lawyers want to run against them because they're afraid, oh, that judge will rule against me. But I see a lot of feisty people here. I think there are a lot of feisty folks in this town who would run against incumbents. So I don't think that is a huge barrier to entry into competition. As Mr. Vandenberg said earlier, ultimately the voters would decide. So if the voters think you have gone too far in proposing this, they'll make their voices heard. But I think this is a way to let the voters clarify and fine-tune the way term limits would work in this town. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And now we have a different subject. Thank you, Tristan, for waiting for so long. I know you got here early. And so please come forward. Tristan Rowland is on a different subject. He's speaking about public transit. Thank you.
All right. Let me just mention real quick that political positions are not office jobs. That comparison is ridiculous to the point of hilarity. I mean, okay. So I'm here to speak on the subject of smart buses. And I am a frequent rider because I hate driving, so I ride the bus. And traffic, I have many issues with it, and I have multiple friends that ride smart. And it's great, but it has issues. The first one is traffic. It doesn't take in traffic into account at all. So if I-5 is packed and your bus is late, it'll be another hour before your next bus comes because we're seriously short-staffed. And if you're going to Canby, an hour and a half. So those, by the way, those are the 2X and 3X respectively. Size of buses are very small. I'll move on from that. Employees clearly have issues with how they're treated in their pay. That has become prevalent in my conversations with them. I realize TriMet's difficult to negotiate with. I don't need to go through that. People, and there are environmental issues, but there's a big problem. The companies that are funding SMART are starting to get skeptical. And my dad used to work for one of them, and he mentioned that his contacts have, and Siemens is shutting down their branch, and they're going to be selling the land, so they won't be paying anymore. But the if you have the people who are funding it starting to get, skeptical, this is a serious wake-up call. Many PCC students go ride their buses to the West Station and then ride from there to school. I am one of them. It's much easier, better for the environment. And there are also issues like emergencies. I had someone pull out a knife on the bus, it turned out not to be that bad, but there are issues with, TriMet has excellent transit police that can respond to that. We do not. I believe this is under your jurisdiction. As far as I know, SMART is under your jurisdiction, so I hope you can do something about it. But the main question you should ask is, if you are a member of one of the large businesses, corporations paying for this, if you see that the system is terrible, would you pay for it? So I'm asking you guys, could you, if instead of with the other people, could you please answer, what do you guys plan to do to change this?
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tristan.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just explain that at the beginning of this session, this type of citizen input, it's a little different than a hearing, so it's not always going back and forth. That's why we've got all the information you said, and I talked to you a little bit beforehand, so I'd like to make sure that we can sit down and get more information from you and go back, and I need transit people there. So I want to listen to what you have to say and analyze it. And so we can't do that right now because I don't have the people here.
Right. But I'll just say, I hope that you will take a look at this. And,
yes. I'd like to have
maybe ride one of the buses.
I do.
Or look at the schedule. That might be fun little adventure. Anyways.
Well, I do ride it, but I would like to meet with you later. City manager, do you have anything else to say? I think we need to have a later meeting to get more information.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay.
Other than if there's specific concerns, there's a process.
Yeah.
He could call SMART. There's supervisors that can respond to specific concerns. Obviously, we can't control what happens on I-5. That's a burden for everyone. So if a bus is late because of something that happens on I-5, that's kind of beyond our control.
I want to analyze this. So we'll have a follow-up meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in. And we also have 8 or 10 other pieces of testimony that have come in. As with the legislature, when we send in testimony, it all goes into the record. So everything that we've seen or heard, everything that we've received in writing will be on the city, we will post that. And really, that's all that I have today. That's all the cards of testimony that we have.
Is there anybody on Zoom?
Oh.
Okay.
And do we have, so we don't have a phone call or anyone on Zoom? Okay, so that brings us to our councilor comments, liaison reports, and meeting announcements, starting with Council President Akkerval.
Thank you. Just kind of giving people a chance to settle there. Since our last meeting, I was able to attend a couple events and meetings to report on tonight. There was multiple meetings, actually, I'm looking at, with the Wilsonville Child Care Consortium that's been meeting more regularly here now in the 2024 year. Tracking what's happening at the state level and state legislature, and also discussing needs from our local providers here in Wilsonville. And that group has had participation from Matt Lorenzen, our economic development manager, as well as child care providers that operate within Wilsonville and in the surrounding areas. We've had some participation from state representatives that actually it's been a fantastic opportunity to have that dialogue between providers and state reps as far as what's working, what pain points are, and just exchange ideas and thoughts and kind of ground truth some things too. We have our next meeting scheduled actually next Wednesday, so that work continues. A really wonderful, precious thing that I was able to participate in was a 100-year birthday party for one of our community members, Frank Walsh. Happy birthday to Frank. He turned 100, and so I was able to attend the birthday party and also hear some of the comments and remarks, a short speech from Mr. Walsh on his birthday, who had some really thoughtful and deep reflections after 100 years to share with everyone. So that was great, and big congratulations to him and his family members. I've also attended 2 meetings with a group. This council approved a little while ago support for a tolling poll that has been conducted by DHM Research. I think councilors probably remember that. And so there's been a number of meetings with the combined group that's been involved with that and supported that poll work. And I think that we will have more information on the results of that poll very soon. But that's been a collaborative activity with some of our neighboring jurisdictions, and something that's very important to community members really in this entire state, but specifically in Clackamas County and areas that surround 205 and I-5. So that is what I wanted to report on tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Linville.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have attended several meetings. I wanted to report on a meeting that I missed because we were traveling, and that was the February Opioid Settlement Advisory Board. I think I reported at the last meeting that a decision was made. Where the board is at the current time is to determine, they want to get the money out to where it needs to be. And a decision was made by the board to allocate 30% of all of the funds that will come into the state of Oregon to the 9 confederated tribes in the state. And those, there is a document that's called Exhibit A, and it defines the federal rules guiding utilization of the settlement money across the country. And so discretion has been given to the tribes to decide the priorities within the guidelines that have been given. And And it was made very clear at that previous meeting that I attended that the tribes feel that they are working with from a government to a government situation, where they have self-govern, they are authorized for self-governance, and once the dollars are committed, they will make the decisions about how they are spent and where the priorities are within the federal guidelines. At the last meeting, in the February meeting, the remainder of the dollars were approved to be spent in the 5 categories that the board has identified, which are have been looked at for quite some time, but reflect treatment, recovery, prevention, intervention in active intervention services that include a distribution and administration of Narcan and some other sites. So what will happen now is that there will be a competitive process used for applications, and so that will be the next going forward. Our next meeting is March 6th, and so I look forward to moving forward with that process. In addition, I will be attending on March the 12th, the Aurora State Airport Master Plan meeting, the Planning Advisory Committee. And that meeting was delayed. It was supposed to be in the end of January, and there were some documents missing from the site and not available for the Planning Advisory Committee members. Those have been all updated, and I encourage people to go on the Oregon Department of Aviation website and look at those master plan documents. And then, although this will be a meeting that'll occur after our next meetings, we are moving forward with the Metro Community Enhancement meetings, and we are starting to look at applications, and which is always an exciting process, because we're able to give money to our community agencies to do some really exciting things in our community. And, Your Honor, that is my report.
Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thank you. So on February 14th, I attended the C4 subcommittee, and most of the discussion at that meeting concerned the 2027 and Metro Transportation Improvement Revenue forecasts for the next several years. Metro estimates about $1.1 billion is going to be available for revenues for federally fiscal years of 2027 to 2030. This does not include the revenue projected from tolling or any pricing programs. And the MTIP revenue forecast will be finalized this spring for allocation purposes. And then next week, on Tuesday evening, I'll be attending the Community Enhancement Committee meeting. And then the next day, on Wednesday, the February 29th in the afternoon, I plan to attend the Tourism Promotion Committee. That's my report.
Thank you. Councillor Dunwell.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Councillor Linville, I'm very pleased. As some may know, I'm a tribal member, and the fact that the opioid settlement is recognizing the fact that although Native people only represent 2% of the U.S. population, we have the highest rate of drug use and alcoholism within the country. So to carve out and represent that's important segment to my heart of our citizenship. I'm really pleased to hear that. That's great news to me. I was Yay, when you were doing that. So thank you.
I can interrupt you for just a quick moment, and that is that they also experience a disproportionate rate of overdose.
They do. They do. And there is new data coming out, and I'm just going to take this moment to speak to it because I think it's important that we're all aware of it, that the fentanyl crisis is hitting the reservations, particularly in Montana, but throughout the United States. They are hitting the reservations at a much higher rate, hard to believe, but at a much higher rate than they are within the rest of the population. So very pleased to hear that from you today, so appreciate that. I just actually attended the French Prairie Forum, and the French Prairie Forum was the legislative update this month, which was mirrored so much, Mayor, of what you spoke to today. But there was a conversation about in particularly the West to Salem study bill. And as you may or may not be aware, the study amount was carved back from $500,000 to $250,000 in order to meet the December 2024 deadline to at least get part of that study completed within the time frame. So super excited about that and the fact that it will then come back up in front of the legislature in 2025 if it's approved to go ahead and grab the rest of the funding, or at least request the rest of the funding to complete the remainder of the study. It's very interesting to be on the forum, to listen to the mayors and the councilors of some of our cities in the Mid-Valley, whether it's Hubbard, Aurora, Donald, Woodburn, are all very supportive of the West to Salem project and see the value to them as I-5 continues to become congested, as jobs continue to become further and further away from some of their locations, and so that allows some commuting in and out of their cities. But we also discussed the governor's housing production legislation and some of the challenges that are happening there. And again, as we've all discussed, Measure 110, and a little bit of conversation about the tolling of I-5 and 205, and as you can imagine, that impacts most of the members of the French Prairie Forum. So the representation there is such a great group of leaders within our sister cities within Mid-Valley, and I continue to pay very close attention to where they're seeing their cities go. And I'd like to actually also recognize Mark Ottenad, because he's been very present on the forum with us and making sure that we have a voice, but also that we recognize the importance of all of us working together. So thank you.
Thank you. So just to preview the rest of the agenda here, we're going to do our consent agenda, and then we do our new business, which are 4 resolutions, and closing with an ordinance number 887, which is approving a zone map amendment in the Frog Pond area. So will the city attorney please read the consent agenda title?
Resolution number 3114, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Brown and Caldwell, Inc. for engineering consulting services for the Beckman Creek Flow Mitigation Project, Capital Improvement Project number 7068, and minutes of the January 18, 2024 City Council meeting.
Thank you. The consent agenda has been read. Do I have a motion to vote?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Motion passes. That brings us to new business. Would the city attorney please read resolution number 3123?
Resolution number 3123, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville amending resolution number 3046 to further phase in the implementation of the Park System Development Charge for single-family residential development.
Thank you. We have Chris Namsu here to give us a staff report. We have a detailed packet on this in our materials. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzgerald. Good evening, city councilors. I'm Chris Namsu. I'm the city's community development director, and I'm here this evening to present to you resolution number 3123, which is a request from the Home Building Association of the Portland metropolitan area to delay full implementation of the recently adopted Parks System development charges until July 1, 2024. The staff report in your packet outlines the background and history of this request, and additionally, the city council was provided with a comprehensive memo from staff on December 22nd with a comprehensive overview of the process and all of the communications that occurred as part of the adoption of the Parks SDC. The Parks SDC was adopted by council on August 21 of 2023. Adoption included a voluntary reduction in the legally defensible amount per home from $25,000 to $14,000, which resulted in a $6,651 increase for single-family residential units. The Parks SDC prior to this was $7,349. The project team also voluntarily delayed the effective date of the SDC increase from 30 days to 120 days to allow home builders to be able to plan for and advance ready permits in advance and well before the effective date. 27 permits were received by the Community Development Department before the increased date of January 1, 2024. Since January 1, the full fee increase has been in place, with a total of 15 additional permits being received and issued by the city from January 1 until today. On January 18th, the City Council received testimony from a representative of the Home Builders Association under citizen input requesting that the council consider further delay of the full implementation of the Parks SDC. At that meeting, I responded that there could be additional reasonable accommodations made if the council was interested, and those conversations on the 18th have led to the resolution that you have before you tonight in Resolution 3123. Again, the full SDC increase has been in effect since January 1. If the council approves the HBA request, staff will reduce the SDC for permits that come in between tomorrow, February 23rd, and June 30th by 1/2, or $3,325 per home, after which time the full Park SDC increase would be in effect. The interim amount of Parks SDCs collected per home would be $10,674. The proposed action would result in an additional 129-day delay in the full implementation of the Parks SDC. It is anticipated by staff that with the deferral, the Parks SDC account would not realize approximately $362,000. Those dollars would be foregone and would result in the Parks Department not having those funds to be able to construct capital projects throughout the community. Staff is recommending approval of Resolution 3123 because providing reasonable accommodations to our home building partners shows a good faith effort to accommodate their concerns, which in this particular case were quite significant. This accommodation seeks to balance the difficulties facing home builders and home buyers while also acknowledging that SDCs are paid because of new development impacts on city systems. So that's going to conclude my presentation tonight. I want to be as short as possible given the length of the evening and the amount of work that the council has yet to do this evening. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those at this time.
So this is a time for clarifying questions, if anyone has them. I know there's a lot to this discussion. We've had many meetings and many correspondences. Any clarifying questions? I'm not seeing any. Did I miss any? Okay. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 3123?
Your Honor, I move to adopt Resolution number 3123.
I second that motion.
The motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilor Linville.
I think, as you've indicated, Mayor, we've had discussions with staff about this, and I think we also had the presentation done at our previous meeting by a representative from the Home Builders Association. I just wanted to be really clear that it's my understanding that the Home Builders Association was informed in a timely way months before this even was going to come to the council. And for whatever reason, it got lost in the mail or whatever, but they did not participate. I recall asking staff specifically if we had contacted our local home builders before to ask them to weigh in on the SDCs and how, whether they supported it or not. And I think the answer clearly was that there had been outreach and that we had received that information. Given all of that, it was, in my conversation with the staff, it was my hope that we could reach some kind of an agreement with our home builders, because we have, as a council, I think, been committed and concerned about the cost of housing. And we know that the SDCs will be passed on to our home buyers, and that this is a project that we have already seen action in terms of planning. And so, while I think there is every reason for the city to deny this request, I feel like it's in the best interest, even with the foregoing the revenue that we will receive for those months that we will not get it. I think it is a very, it is the right thing for us to do as a city in support of affordable housing and our home builders.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just would like to commend the staff for working with the home builders. That, I mean, it is a difficult situation when you've done your outreach and due diligence and maybe didn't get a response in a timely manner. I commend the city for putting the emphasis on the relationship with the home builders so that we can go forward with good feelings and, you know, be able to provide affordable housing. So I just really appreciate all the work that you've put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would add that the staff actually was put through a relatively grueling situation because many meetings were held, input was received, and then something was lost in the mail for a long time. And what isn't, I don't really know what happened there, but we did not get the response from the person who wanted a response. Something happened on their end. And so that was found out at the very last minute, and many meetings were held and accommodation was made. And I hope that that won't happen again, because it's not a good way to do business. But we found a good solution. It's a costly solution, and it's not one that we can afford to do again. Now, with in Wilsonville, I remember hearing from some part of the responses we did get some feedback and response. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when we started surveying about these SDCs, the fees had not been increased for many years, and everybody knows that the cost of doing things increases. So when we assess the fee, the cost of building parks and sidewalks, even sidewalks along streets like we normally do in Wilsonville, it's just simply going to cost a certain amount, and you wouldn't build those sidewalks if you weren't building the houses. And tradition is you don't go back to the people who live 2 miles away and ask them to pay for that new development. And appreciated learning from some of the home builders we surveyed that they actually didn't see, they saw that SDC as a help because, not because it's a fee, but because they get amenities. So they build a house and they have trees, they have street trees, they have sidewalks and parks nearby. And those amenities were told, shared with us that those amenities help sell the homes. So there we are, and we're here, and I believe we should pass this. And thank you to everybody involved for finding a solution. Council President Ackerval.
Thanks. I'll just quickly add, I've been a little hesitant about this because I do see that city staff follow the process, and I think SDCs are important for our city. It's important for, maintaining a high living standard in the future for our city, and I don't want to erode the SDCs because we don't have a lot of other options for putting in that needed infrastructure. However, I understand that this demonstrates partnership, and I also understand that this is limited to the projects that are in process now.
Thank you.
Which I think is an important point. So with all of those things in consideration and with the context of how this decision came about and what the pros and cons are of it, I've been able to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no further discussion, I will call for the vote. It's been a long night. I just want to make sure I did ask for a motion, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm ready to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to resolution number 3125.
3124, Mayor.
3124.
Resolution number 3124, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville adopting the findings and recommendations of the 2023 Solid Waste Collection Rate Report amended January 2024 and modifying the Republic Services rate schedule for collection and disposal of solid waste, recyclables, organic materials, and other materials effective February 1, 2024, amended on February 22, 2024.
And we have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Mark Ottened, Public and Government Affairs Director, here to present on resolution number 3124. This is a resolution that basically adopts the 2023 Solid Waste Collection Rate Report as amended in January 2024 and modifies the Republic Services rate schedule for collection disposal of solid waste and other materials effective February 1, 2024, as amended today on February 2022. The amendments correct certain sections of the commercial services rates. It was discovered during the course of January when Republic Services was inputting the approved adopted rates from resolution number 3091, that they were actually some older rates adopted prior to when the council we had different rates. The effect of this, adopting this resolution, is actually to decrease some of the rates that were previously approved on December 18th. Specifically, it amends the solid waste collection rate report on page 4, table 6, the proposed rate increases for commercial container service. The commercial container service rates are demonstrated here on this chart that show the prior version that was adopted for some different size containers and the amended version rates. Basically, the amended versions are a bit less than the prior approved versions. This would also amend the Republic Services rate schedule, as noted earlier. Specifically on page 4 of the rate schedule, there's 3 tables of rates: the commercial container services rate per month, the multifamily communities commercial cart service rate, and the extra commercial pickup rates. Specifically, the rate schedule on page 4, the commercial container services per month, is modified in the following fashion as proposed.
with most of the rates essentially reducing by various amounts. There are a couple that have very slight increases. On page 4, we also have the extra commercial pickup rates. And again, they're shown are different sizes. Now, I will note that in the rate schedule that came out in the packet, that there was a slight error, and that there was a comparison chart as attachment 2 to the staff report. That was accurate, and we have now corrected the slight error, and these would be the actual amended rates. And again, they are all decreases from what was previously adopted on December 18th. Finally, the rate schedule on page 4 for multifamily communities and commercial cart service is also being slightly reduced. I am happy to answer any questions or provide other information. Thank you.
Councilor Dunlap.
Just a quick clarifying question. The errors were Republic errors, correct?
It was actually a combination. The rate review had grabbed prior rates from 2022 rather than what were actually the current rates at the time. And that error was not caught until January when Republic Services was actually inputting that into the customer billing software.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Well, it's always good news to hear rates are going down.
Yes.
So thank you.
We'll take it. Seeing no other comments or questions, I will ask for a motion on Resolution 3124.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 3124.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to adopt Resolution 3124. Any further discussion? All in favor say, oh.
May I make a comment?
Sorry. Please, let me slow down.
I won't let it go by that I've had some concerns about this process from the very beginning. And I think other counselors have as well. And I recognize that it has been a difficult situation for our staff, I think for our consultant, and for and difficulties with within Republic Services in terms of getting the correct information to us. And while I'll agree with Councillor Berry that it's always good to find a reduction in rates, I think as we've discussed, we hope that this process will be refined and repaired for future, because I did not vote for the rate increase when it came to us, because I did not have the degree of confidence that the information that we were looking at was correct. And as it turns out, it was not. So I think the ability for the council to separate the rate report and the rate schedule from the rate increases, I think, will be a positive thing for us as we move forward. And I think we the ideal situation is we wait to implement a rate increase or a rate change until we find that we are very happy and confident in the numbers. So I just wanted to put on record my concern once again. So
thank you, Councillor Linville, for taking more time with that. I appreciate, and I'm glad that you did. I actually had an email conversation, and I will later have a meeting with a new staff member at Republic Services. And as Councillor Linville said, it was a series of steps that had challenges, and it would have all been improved if we'd had more time. And the way we will get more time is to receive that first report from Republic Services sooner. So we got there.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mayor, if I could just make a comment. I am in no way disparaging our staff. I think Mr. Ottened got caught in a difficult situation, and I recognize that. And I think he's done a very good job of trying to juggle the balls, get the things straightened out, and so I want it really clear that I am not putting blame on the staff for all of this. It's a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a train wreck, but it's kind of a lot of different pieces that came together that made it difficult, so.
And again, I think that the conversation I had today is commitment to get all of that sooner. The process needed more time.
Yes, we will attempt to have more rigorous attention to the rate schedule that we set in advance. And if we cannot make the schedule, we will not bring anything to council until such time that we have confidence and have time to review it prior to bringing it to council.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, and I will further explain what you meant there. As a schedule was set with plenty of time, it's just that we didn't have the materials, we didn't receive them.
Correct.
And so I feel I think you've worked with Republic Services too, and we'll have better commitment to those time schedules next year.
They have indicated that they wish to do that.
Okay. So any other comments? Okay, then I will call for the vote on Resolution 3124. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. That brings us to Resolution number 3125. And before we start on that, I do want to take an opportunity. A lot of people left, but I want to thank everyone who came tonight to provide comments and provide their opinions and their viewpoints and their experience. That is what we are here for, is to listen to the people. And this started with with input coming from people wanting us to look at this, and we're continuing to listen. So I would like to ask, so thank everybody who testified quite a while ago tonight. And now will the city attorney please read the resolution?
Resolution number 3125, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville referring to the electors of the City of Wilsonville the question of amending the city charter to refine mayoral term limits in certain circumstances. Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. Amanda Guile-Hinman, City Attorney. Tonight, the Council has for its consideration Resolution number 3125, which is whether to refer a ballot measure to the Wilsonville voters to refine the mayoral term limits. So by way of background, in 2019, the city received an initiative petition to amend the city charter to establish term limits. This initiative petition was very similar to an initiative petition that the city of Tualatin received back in 2016. That initiative petition sought to limit term limits for any person serving in any position on council, whether mayor, councilor, or there's other positions that are defined in it, to a 12-year period, 12 years in a 20-year period. That petition was put on the ballot in May of 2020 and passed and is now part of the city charter in section 29 of the charter. Starting in March of 2023 and throughout 2023 and 2024, the City Council has received input from community members requesting that the Council consider an amendment to distinguish the mayoral term limits from the City Council term limits. And this impetus really started when the city of Tualatin had a similar proposed ballot measure for its May 2022 election that was passed. So when these community members came to the city council, there were several items of note that they expressed. I think council also heard some of that tonight. The first was consistent local, regional, and statewide presence and relationship building. The second was experienced leadership, as some of the community members mentioned, the likelihood of one-term mayors when a person serves 2 terms as city councilor, they'd be term limited to only serve 1 term as mayor. That the mayor's role is different in scope from city councilors. They generally sit on more regional and statewide boards and committees. That there is a certain penalizing that occurs for appointed members, and that gets a little bit into 3126, but it was generally part of the noted concerns with regard to the current charter. And then there was confusion regarding partial terms, which we'll get into a little bit with 3126. So I want to take a minute to go over what the council has discussed previously, because this isn't the first time that the council's looking at this matter, and I think it's important for the council to remember the product that's before you is informed by the input and feedback that you've received and that I've received from you. The first kind of overarching question was whether or not the positions between councilor and mayor should be linked at all. So there was this discussion amongst council of should they be fully separated. One of the examples that council looked at was the city of Tigard, where there's 8 years assigned for up to 8 years for a councilor and up to 8 years for mayor, but there's no overlap between the two. They're considered completely separate, so a person can serve 8 years and 8 years of each. So that was the first question of should they be linked at all. The second question that the council looked at was if we keep them linked, how linked should they be? Should there be a partial separation, or should they just remain fully linked? So an example would be, if they stay fully linked, do we look at potentially increasing to 16 years to allow for the potential for a person who's serving as mayor to serve 2 terms? Or do we do it partially, a partial link, which is essentially what Tualatin did? So council looked at the Tualatin approach and Tigard approach in particular. And I just want to note, because this was also part of the prior councilor discussions, any charter amendment, the council cannot make a charter amendment. Council can refer that to voters and the voters get to decide, but you as a council cannot make a charter amendment of your own volition. So really what you're deciding is whether or not to take the action to put something on the ballot for the voters to decide. So from these prior discussions from council, really the feedback that I heard was council wants to take the work product that exists and modify it to address this one particular issue that Tualatin saw with the exact same ballot language. And that was when the mayor and councilor positions are fully linked in the 12 years, there's a strong likelihood of 1-term mayors for councilors who are trying to get experience through 2 terms as councilor. And to not do anything else, so not to fully separate them, not to allow a person who serves 1 term as councilor to then be able to serve 3 terms as mayor. It's to address this one situation of a person serving 2 terms as councilor to serve 2 terms potentially as mayor. So that's the Tualatin approach. Tualatin did this as a referral, so it was something that the Tualatin City Council voted, like you all are considering here. They voted to approve a resolution, adopt a resolution to refer a ballot measure to the voters. It was referred in May of 2020. It was on the May 2022 ballot, and it passed with over 54% approval. So I'm going to just briefly go over the Tualatin language, and it's basically to show that what I heard from council was use the same language. So the Tualatin language that is from the May 2022 ballot is the addition that Tualatin added, or that the voters considered, is underlined. So what was existing said, no person shall be eligible to serve on the city council for more than 12 years in any 20-year period, whether serving as councilor, mayor, a pro tem member, or a combination thereof. And then the addition was, except if a person has served only 2 terms as a city councilor, then that person shall be eligible to serve another 2 consecutive terms as mayor. So the proposed language that's in Resolution 3125 in Exhibit A to be referred to the voters, it says the same thing. Note, again, this is the existing language is not underlined. The added language, the proposed added language is underlined. No person shall be eligible to serve on the city council for more than 12 years in any 20-year period, whether serving as councilor, mayor, a pro tem member, or a combination thereof, except if a person has served only 2 terms as a city councilor, then that person shall also be able to be eligible to serve another 2 consecutive terms as mayor. I do want to note something, one revision. Council has on the dais an updated resolution number 3125, and that's because of an addition to Exhibit C, and that is to make consistent with all the other times that we talk about the 8 years that people serve as councilor. So this is in the explanatory statement. One of the things that's important to remember is that we have counselors that serve off-cycle. So we have some counselors that serve the same time period as the mayor position. So 2020, 2024, 2028. And then we have other counselors that are 2022 and 2026 and so on and so forth. So there is a possibility that somebody who is one of those off-cycle counselors can serve 2 terms and then run for mayor, but they actually don't serve 8 years. They'd only serve 6 because they would be running midway through their current term. So this is simply to clarify that it's up to 8 years because somebody could serve 6 years and then they'd get 2 terms as mayor. So they would potentially serve 14 years if this was all adopted. So this is a minor correction, and the up to language is throughout every other part of Exhibits B and C. It was just missed on this one. So thank you, Council President Ackerval, for catching it. And so the timeline for council, if council decides to move forward and adopt tonight, adopt Resolution 3125 tonight, March 1 is when all the attachments that are to Resolution 3125 and the resolution would be submitted to the city recorder. March 21 is when we have to file the notice of the city election measure, and then March 25 is when is the deadline for arguments to be included in the voters pamphlet. Again, if this passes, or if the council refers this, the city is not allowed to make any statements for or against. We can only give factual information, but any other party can submit arguments but the city doesn't do anything with that. And then May 20.
Excuse me, can I ask you to clarify that?
Sure.
Did you just, the city staff is from, if we refer tonight, the city staff is unable to say, just say no plus or minus, no.
Correct.
How does that, and I understand, that's very standard, that's always the case. So the employees of that entity are not to be involved in any campaigning.
Correct.
How does that apply to the council, the elected officials?
So you as individuals, and I should actually also clarify that any person has certain rights that they can go do. So even a city staff person, as long as they're not operating in their official position as a staff person, they have certain rights.
This First Amendment.
Yes. The city, which that's where you get into the issue, is the city cannot be saying anything pro or con. And generally what that means is city staff can't go out and campaign. Or we can't say the city supports X, Y, and Z, or the city opposes X, Y, and Z.
I understand.
But you as individual council members, you can go and campaign for, just as you can campaign for yourself. So you have that right.
Can I take that one step further?
Sure.
Because we will come to comments before long. After a motion is made, the mayor will ask for comments. And do our comments constitute personal comments, or because we are in the body of the council, do they constitute a representation of the council?
So they're your personal comments, but also if you haven't yet approved it, which you wouldn't in discussion, these rules don't apply, so.
Thank you.
And then just on the final thing, I think most council knows this, May 21, 2024 is election day. So if it goes on the ballot, that's when community members would be able to vote on it. So this is the time for council to ask any questions, and just for the motion language to be clear, because you do have a new resolution 3125 because of that up to language being added to Exhibit C. I recommended motion language, if the council so chooses, is to move to adopt resolution number 3125 as distributed on February 22, 2024.
So, thank you. So help us to make sure we say that.
I will.
Please. So this is a chance where we can, the period where we ask clarifying questions. We also have another point after we make a motion for discussion. And I would like to ask you as our parliamentarian to guide me in this, because I want to ask some questions and then maybe discuss, maybe they're two different things, but about the ballot measure title.
Mm-hmm.
And so when do you recommend I do that?
We can talk about that now. You can ask me a question about that.
All right, so one of the speakers tonight pointed out dissatisfaction with the word refine.
Mm-hmm.
And this is on Exhibit B.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to ask you a question here. If we said, well, it uses the word amend again, that's why that doesn't make great poetic sense, but, you know, amends the charter, I was going to say to amend male term, but amends the charter to change, you know, I'd like to explore a different word there, and we can still do that tonight.
Yes, so if the council wanted to make any changes to any of these documents but still move forward with adoption, the way to do that from a parliamentary procedure would be to move to adopt the resolution and then make a motion to amend whatever portions that you want changed. So if you want to change a word, you would move to adopt it, and then you would move to, while that adoption motion is pending, you would make a second motion to amend whatever term. And I do want to, so if that's what the council wants to do, that's
technically, I don't know, I'm just asking about the technical method.
Yep,
that's the methodology. And the other place that word appears is in the summary, is where refine is. And can you remind me, is there another instance that was flagged?
It's also in the, it's also in Exhibit C. It's in, just looking off the top, it's in the second line. It might be through, if you're looking to change that word, I'd probably say you could do a motion to change any reference to, from refine to whatever other word.
And I just wanted to make sure that I'm seeing all of those instances. I think there was one other one. Yes, there's another one in paragraph 3 of Exhibit C.
Yes. Yeah. First line of paragraph 3.
Is there one other word that was flagged? Okay. One suggestion that I have, and this, now I'm feeling like this is going into a discussion. So I think you've given me the methodology. during this questioning section.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
Oh, I have a clarifying question. In your legal opinion, do you see issue with the word refine? And do you feel that another word, perhaps modify, or is there another word that you feel is better suited?
I'm not uncomfortable with the word refine, and Oregon case law generally says that Oregon Supreme Court has been very clear that it is not the editor of ballot titles, as long as the Oregon Supreme Court has explained that there needs to be some flexibility, and even if they would choose a better term, that doesn't mean that a ballot title is invalid. So, I mean, you can look up the dictionary definition of refine, and there's, 18 different terms, and so, but I will say, to be clear and transparent, modify is the word that Tualatin used. So if you want to be totally consistent with the word, this was a discussion we had at a prior work session, was that Tualatin used the word modify. So if we want to be exactly verbatim of what Tualatin did, we would use the word modify.
Thank you. And counselors, I'm going to excuse myself for a moment. Does anyone else need a break?
Okay, parliamentarian hat back on.
How do we do it?
Make a motion to recess for 5 minutes, and then have it seconded and vote, and then we'll do a recess.
I would like to motion for a 5-minute recess, Mayor.
I'll second.
A motion's been made and seconded for a 5-minute recess. Any discussion? Call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll see you at 9:32. I don't know if I need the gavel or not, but I'm
Reconvening?
reconvening. And I have, are you, Council President, is this old? Okay. Okay, so when we left it, we were still in the staff report.
Correct.
And we are on Resolution 3125. Are we ready? I'm going to ask if, to find out if we're ready for a motion. Does anyone have any further clarifying questions for the staff? Okay. May I have a motion on Resolution 3125, please?
Okay, I move that we adopt Resolution 3125 with the modification of modify where the word clarify was, as distributed on February 22nd, 2024.
Okay, sorry, Mayor.
I need to do that later.
Yeah, Councilor Berry, I think if you're talking about the changing the word refine, we handle that in a second motion to amend after the motion that's on the screen.
I'll back up. I move to adopt resolution number 3125 as distributed on February 22nd, 2024.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion's been moved by Councilor Berry and seconded by Councilor Dunwell. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mayor. I do have some discussion. And I so appreciated all of the citizens that came forth tonight to speak to both support and opposition to the ballot measure that some of our citizens presented as an option for us to at least consider earlier in the year. And I do want, I've thought a lot about this, and I became and ran as a candidate for the very first time in my life because, number one, I love this city, but number two, because I was driven by two very personal events in my life that made me realize that I couldn't be an instrument of change unless I had a voice. And this was my opportunity to have that voice. And what I have learned since I was elected, I was sure that number one, I wouldn't even be elected because I had no political background. But when I was elected and surprisingly ran unopposed, what I've learned since I came on board as a member of the city council is that this is a much bigger job than I thought it would be. And the learning curve is significant. And the responsibility is huge. And that everyone that I believe that serves in this role takes it very seriously. So I do have to say I have gone back and forth today when we've been talking about some of the other things that have come before council about what is the data, what is the precedent, what have other cities done, and I will go again here that I voted for term limits. I supported it. I also believe that perfecting something that's already good it can really be a really great opportunity for us to not say, oh, we're locked, this is what it's going to be. And I do believe that after really researching it and looking at what Tualatin did and looking at the precedent that they set, that moving forward on both of these make a lot of sense. I fully expect that I will never be mayor of Wilsonville. I fully expect that that those individuals that run for mayor will always be overwhelmed and a bit surprised at the beginning at how big a job it is. Because I look at my role and I look at the role of the mayor, and it is like times 30. Fortunately, we are supported in Wilsonville by a very, very strong city staff that is well tenured, and it was what makes this city special. And I'll go back to why I ran again. And it is because I had two very personal things happen that drove me to run. And without the foundation of this city and the city staff and some of the individuals that work in this city, I don't know if I could have survived it emotionally, and I probably would not live here anymore. But it did drive me to run. It did drive me to understand what a beautiful place this is too. And I am extremely proud to live in this city. I am extremely proud to serve, and I have the highest level of respect for all of our elected officials, including our current mayor. I believe that she has served the city well. I believe the next mayor will serve the city well. And why? Because we have a great city staff that we continue to play a role with. They advise us well, they do what's best for this city, and give me a reason to be really proud. So, thank you.
Okay. Mayor, is it okay if I...
Oh, sure.
So I'd also like to tag along what the counselor just said. My background is city planning. That's my education and that's my professional experience. And I thought I had a good understanding of what city councils and what mayors do. And then I joined the city council. And I still feel like I have a pretty good concept. But what I've learned in this last year is that it's a lot of work. And I mean, our city council packets, like this time, I think it was 675 pages. Last month, it was over 800 pages. It's a volunteer job, and we're putting in a lot of hours because we really care about the city. And like our counselor just said, we have a lot of support from staff. I don't really believe in term limits because I think that if you have people that are caring and studying the issues and working hard, why would you shoot yourself in the foot and get rid of them? But we did vote for that, and I think I also voted for it last time when it was on the ballot. But I also believe in clarifying or modifying to make things better. There's a big learning curve as a city councilor, and being a mayor is different than being a city councilor. It's a bigger role. There's a lot of issues that you need to understand. You need to be able to have good, strong relationships with staff. You need to be able to work and have strong relationships with our neighboring jurisdictions and with the agencies that we work with. That I'm really, really pleased that we had a lot of people come to our meeting tonight because that's the democratic process, and I really believe in that. But I also believe that when people go to the ballot, that's when they can also vote their opinion or voice their opinion. So there you go.
Councilor Linville.
I don't want to be repetitive, but for me, I wish that we filled this room at every one of our city council meetings. While I know that this is, it strikes a chord in some of our citizens, which resulted in them wanting to come forward, and I appreciate that. We have an incredible amount of business that we do that really impacts the quality and the livability of our city. And I would love to have all of those people be here and weighing in on what we do and all of the all of the items that are on our agenda. So I do want to recognize that I appreciate that they were here. And I think regardless of where people stand on this issue, they all have valid points, and they all need to be respected for their opinions, and I do that. There's one thing I want to clear up really clearly, and I'll have a few comments on the next resolution, but my name has been brought up several times this evening. I want it to be very clear that I am not going to run for mayor. So under no uncertain terms will I do that. So I recognize the job of the mayor. And it's not a job that at this point in my life that I'm going to pursue. So any sense that my vote might be self-serving based on where I am in my terms, I want to diffuse that right at this point. So I have to think about, as I vote, what is in the best interests of the city of Wilsonville. And anything that may have happened in the future prior to term limits and rationale for why term limits was voted in by the voters, for me at this point does not matter, because it is what we have, it is what our voters approved, and I am not opposed to term limits. I am opposed to one-term mayors, and I think that jeopardizes our city. And I believe that great experience is earned sitting as a city councilor that is relevant to the position of mayor. It is not the same job, but it is relevant to the position of mayor. And we are not talking about eliminating term limits, and we are not asking our citizens to do that. I think our job is to allow them to have an opportunity to weigh in. I have to tell you that I have had more than one citizen come to me recently, since some articles were put in the spokesman and other comments that have been made, that said, oh, I see the city is going to vote in term limits, which says to me they don't really understand what we currently have, at least those folks that I have talked to. So to have the perception that all of our citizens really understand where we are right now is probably questionable. So I am going to vote for this because I want it on the ballot and I want our citizens to make the decision. This is not up to the city council. Our job is to take seriously what is in the best interests of our city, and not to be for it to be in the best interests of any individual. And I don't believe that there is, that is a driver for where this decision is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Wow, it's already 9:46, so I'll talk fast. I would agree with a lot of the comments that have been made already by my fellow council members. I do want community members to be able to vote on this. It feels odd to me that we may want to suppress a voter's opportunity to make this decision. So, I think that they should have the opportunity to make that decision. I think that they should have the opportunity to vote. I think I want to be careful about what this is and what this is not. Clear and simple. We have Tualatin's language. This is, we're looking at doing the modification, the revision, the whatever word we decide that Tualatin has made to this, the same piece in their charter, that's touching on or dealing with term limits. So this is not an attempt, as I've heard from some, this is not an attempt to have 20-year term limits for a city council. Let's keep to the facts and keep to what is included in what we're looking at and what I would like to put forward.
Thank you. Well, in closing, I would say why I ran originally is my husband and I moved to Wilsonville because we came to visit our friend who lived on Bell Road who needed help taking care of a horse. And we kept saying, what is this city? Why does it have such a good library? Why is it so clean? And we kept coming back and we moved to Wilsonville. And I've met a lot of people who had that same experience. This city, thank you to many people over many decades, is a very special city. And one of my neighbors was going to run for city council, and then something happened, and they were not able to do it, and they kept saying, you should run, and everybody has a little bit different background, but I did have a father who had been in some local small town things, and I just thought, well, I would like to be a part of this city. It's a really wonderful city, and I ran, and I'm only going to tell this story because this isn't about me, because we have many people who have run, and I hope more people run for office, and we have competition. In that case, there were 4 people running for 2 positions, and these are all at-large positions. And I ended up getting the most votes, and that was why, and the term wasn't going to start until January. I had never even heard of being had never even considered what they were talking about, but the position had been open for several months, and that was because of a family tragedy that happened to someone. And I was appointed to fill about 38 days. I think that's what it was. Maybe it was 60. And so then the real term started, the term I was elected to started that January. And from what we can tell, what I ascertain is I wouldn't run again. I wouldn't run for mayor, even though I've very much enjoyed serving. I wouldn't run for a second term because those 38 or 60 days count as 4 years. You could say, oh, no, you can try it. Just go ahead and run. No, I don't want to get an attorney and try and prove that 38 doesn't count as 4 years. So that would mean that somebody who served as a city councilor for 4 years, ending in 2017, with 38 days at the front or whatever it was, less than 60 days, it was let's say it was under 60 days in 2012, and then it was 4 years term that ended 2017. I did not run again because it was extremely busy with my work, and so there was a 4-year gap. Then I ran for mayor, and I was elected. Those 2 4-year terms can count as really 12 years. So 4 years as city council, 4 years as mayor, and under 60 days, that counts as 8 years, or 12 years in a 20-year period. And so if the citizen, if we refer this to the voters and they decide to fix the 1-year thing, that would probably be a good idea for the future, because this would happen again. It doesn't seem like a smart thing to have an ambiguous term, so an ambiguous thing that's hard to understand, because it's not going to start being easier to understand in the next 15 years. So that's what that next measure is. And then as far as the mayor term, what I learned in my experience, and I do know how much time I put into it, is that you go to these meetings and it's mostly men. There are more women, but some of them have known each other for 8, 10, 12, 30 years, and you're stepping into that group advocating for your city. And so if it seems best to always have a freshman mayor for this city, or a lot of the time, maybe to be half of the time you'd have a freshman mayor, if that seems best, that may be what people want. We'll find out. And so it's been a real honor being mayor of the city. And I'll tell you one other thing that has been my experience. I started learning to tell people that I'm mayor when there's an opportunity, and just kind of muttering it. And it took some guts to start saying that. And people are used to so much divisiveness. And I don't mean they're all from Wilsonville. They might be someplace from some other town. They have heard about so much name-calling, cruel treatment, meanness, bad things that happen to elected officials who they read about, that they can't really believe they're meeting somebody who's in some local office. And I say, but you know the reason I'm telling you I'm mayor is because it's actually a really nice city. And people are really nice. And we have so many people who apply for all the boards and commissions. I meet and hear from so many people. I have some notes from one of them here today. The people, it's a joy to see people in Civics Academy. We're lucky to live in this city. We're lucky to have all the people who came before us, who were on boards and commissions, who were on city council all those years. I think we're lucky. And I thank this city for the opportunity to serve as mayor for about 3.5 years. It's been a real honor. And so because of the best interests of the city, I'm going to vote for this. And if it passes, if I feel like there's an interest, then I probably will run again, because I think it would be a real honor. But there would be no chance, no matter what the rules change, for me to want to do this for 18, 20, N-O. Everyone needs a life. But it has been a real honor, and it's been a great learning opportunity, and I can't tell you what a great opportunity it's been. So that's what I have to say, and thank you for everybody on the staff who also does so much work to help us wrestle with things, and other mayors and other people we've learned from. So with that, I think we've had our discussion.
Mayor, just in the interest of time, maybe before, because I'm anticipating there might be a motion to amend, that perhaps we do a motion to extend.
We have a motion on the table.
Well, a motion to extend the time for the council meeting trumps any other pending motion.
Could I have a motion to extend the council meeting until 10:30 p.m.?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, now we have a motion on the table.
Yes.
Does everybody still remember what it is with all that talking?
I can pull the language back up.
Okay.
Do you want me to pull the language back up? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Please restate it, because we've been talking so much.
Okay, so the motion that's on the table right now is to approve resolution number 3125 as distributed on February 22nd, 2024.
Thank you. All in favor?
So I just want to, because there's been discussion about amending it at all about the word refine. And so I want to give an opportunity if there's a desire by
Aren't we supposed to vote on it first?
While the motion's pending, you can do a motion to amend.
Does it have to be the person that made the motion?
No.
Okay.
Could I have a motion to amend that to replace the word refine with the word modify?
I move that we amend the motion that I proposed to remove the word refine and replace it with modify.
I second.
Motion's been made and seconded as amended.
So now you're all going to vote, well, you're going to discuss, and then you're going to vote on the motion to amend. That's what's pending right now.
Is there any discussion on the amendment just stated?
I'll just say, I think that makes sense because in my view, I think we are, our text is verbatim what Tualatin started with. They've made this change. Let's be verbatim again. Let's keep it consistent.
I actually think modify is a better word.
Yeah. May I?
Please.
Okay. I think that any possible interpretation that the city council is trying to influence the vote as a council in terms of our language is not appropriate. And so I think modify is not an emotionally charged word, and it's more neutral, and I think that's a good idea.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll call for the vote on the amendment.
On the amendment.
On the amendment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So now you revert back to the original motion, but it's going to be with the amendment about refine. You don't have to state that. It's just the motion has now been officially amended where refine is going to be modified. So now you can just do a vote on the underlying.
I'd like to call for a vote on the original motion. Is that enough?
That's fine.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
And so 5-0.
Motion passes 5-0.
And so, Mayor, what we'll do, because I will need to revise those documents for your signature, is we'll handle that. You won't be set. We'll handle that after the meeting.
Okay. Now, are we going to
No way.
3126?
Yes. Resolution number 3126, a resolution of the City of Wilsonville referring to the electors of the City of Wilsonville the question of amending the city charter to clarify the calculation of years of service relating to term limits.
The motion has been, or the resolution has been read.
So I have a staff report that I'll get into.
Sorry, I'm getting really tired.
It's all right. It's late. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, Amanda Guile-Hinman, City Attorney. Tonight, for Council's consideration is Resolution number 3126, which is about measure referral to clarify the calculation of year of service in the city's term limits in its charter. So again, I'll breeze through this because we just went through this very quickly. As council knows, in 2019, the city received an initiative petition to amend the city charter to add term limits, and that initiative petition was successful in May of 2024 when it was put on the ballot. In 2023 and if I said 2024, I meant 2020. I apologize. It's late for me too. In 2023 and 2024, the council received community feedback about the mayoral term limits and whether to modify them, as was just previously discussed in Resolution 3125. As part of that discussion, when we were going through whether to modify according to the Tualatin term limits, it became clear that there was this discrepancy that Tualatin did not address, that council really flagged as an issue, and I also provided some feedback of my interpretation of it, and that was about the calculation of a year of service. So there's this confusion over the calculation of a year of service. So I'm going to actually, even though it's a lot of text, I'm going to bring up the charter because I think it really helps to show the issue. So right now, this is our current charter language. This is what was adopted by the Wilsonville voters in 2020. It talks about how you calculate years of service to determine the total of the 12 years in a 20-year period. And it says, prior years of service on the city council shall be calculated by first determining the aggregate number of days a person has previously served as a member of the city council within the period of the 20 calendar years, and then attributing a year of service for every 365.25 days of service within that period. Now, I had explained to council, if I had just read this as is, I would say every 365.25 days. If you're doing a math equation, you say that number of days equals 1 year. And so as you're tallying up the years, when you get to 12, it's going to be every 365.25 days. To me, that seems pretty straightforward. However, when this ballot measure was put forward, when the initiative petition was put forward, and the explanatory statement was included with this, the explanatory statement, which again comes from Tualatin, says this language to explain what the measure language does. It says the measure would also apply to a person appointed to complete a term in office. For example, a person appointed to serve any portion of a 4-year term caused by a vacancy would be eligible to serve 2 additional 4-year terms, because running the 3rd term would exceed the 12-year limit. So there's this confusion between the explanatory statement seems to indicate pretty clearly any day, a single day of an appointment now equals a year of service, which then means you're not going to be able to fill another term because you would violate the 12-year term. Because if you ran again, you'd serve 13 years instead of 12, is what the explanatory statement says. So what we talked about was, because of the way these 2 statements work together, did the Wilsonville voters know what they were voting on? And unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, probably fortunately, council doesn't get to decide that. The voters decide that if you put it forward in a ballot measure. So this, I again want to go over the prior council discussions about this. Again, there were several options that were discussed about what to do about the calculation of days. First and foremost was whether it only applies to appointments. So again, if you look at the explanatory statement, it's talking about an example of a person being appointed, but there could be a potential that somebody serves less than a full term and they're not necessarily appointed. They can be elected. We have, as you're all familiar with, if there's a vacancy and a biennium election comes up, that vacancy needs to be up for an election for the remaining 2-year terms. So the first question was should it only apply to appointments? This clarification that we're discussing about the number of days. Should it only apply to filling vacancies? So again, do you want to talk about if somebody resigns? If somebody got elected and then resigns and they resign less than a year in, should the calculation of days be an issue? Should it only apply for less than 1 year? So you can be appointed and potentially serve more than a year in that appointment before an election is needed to happen. Should you be able to run a 3rd term, essentially? And then we also talked about rounding up and down. And again, I want to clarify for the community that tonight, whatever the council decides, the council cannot amend the charter. Only the voters can amend the charter with a referral. So the proposed ballot language that we've talked about and is the part that's highlighted, the part that's underlined, and essentially what it does is it takes, of the discussion points, takes the narrowest view. So it's only for people who are appointed. It doesn't apply to anybody who's been elected in the position. Either they were elected and resigned, or they were elected, halfway through because of a vacancy. So it only applies to appointments, and it only applies if the person serves less than the 365.25 days in that appointment. So if somebody's appointed for a term and they serve longer in that appointment, longer than 365.25 days, it's going to count as a year of service. It's going to count as a term. You're not going to be able to run a 3rd term. So I want to talk about, so I talked about those. There is a slight revision because In reviewing this when I was preparing, you know, the reason we're in this situation is because of an issue between the explanatory statement and what the ballot measure language says. And one of the things I realized is previously the ballot measure language that I had written for this said if a person filled a vacancy of another person's term. It actually didn't clarify, it didn't explicitly state that it only applied to appointments. But the explanatory statement said it did only apply to appointments. So in an effort to avoid me having to do exactly what I'm doing right now, 4 years from now, if council is comfortable moving forward with resolution number 3125, I have distributed to the dais and a revision to Exhibit A to make sure it's abundantly clear in the ballot measure language, this is only for people who are appointed to the position, serving in that position for less than a year, less than the 365.25 days. So I want to give some examples because, you know, this is kind of dealing with math a little bit, so I want to be clear about what this does and does not do. So assume a councilor is elected in November of 2020. They get seated in January 2021 per our charter. They resign effective May 1, 2023, and an appointee fills that vacancy through the remainder of the term, which is about 18 months. That appointee's service will count as a term. They will only be allowed to run, assuming this all got adopted, I'm saying, that appointee would only be allowed to run for 2 more terms because that appointment period would count as a term.
It's more than 1 year.
As more than 1 year, yep. So now this is more complicated. So councilors elect.
Before you move on from that example.
Yeah.
So that is a councilor or a mayor appointment.
Correct. I'm using councilor in this example, but yes, that would be a councilor, a mayor, anybody.
Anyone.
Yep, exactly. Yes, this change applies to all positions. Yes. So another example, so a councilor is elected in November 2020, they're seated in January 2021. They resign effective May 1, 2022. An appointee fills that vacancy through the end of that year, and per our charter, there would have to be an election for that position. So let's say an election happens and somebody else wins that election. The person who wins that election, because they've been elected and presumably serve the 2 years, that will count as a term for them. They will only be able to run 2 more terms if they wanted to. The person who got appointed because they served less than a year and were not elected, that would not count as a term.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So assuming that council moves forward with resolution number 3126, the documents, the resolution and the attachments need to be filed with the city recorder by March 1. The city files a notice with the city election measure by March 21. Arguments have to be included in the voter's pamphlet, must be submitted by March 25th, and then election is May 21st. So I'll take questions, and again, because of the modification to Exhibit A, the motion language, recommended motion language would be to move to adopt resolution number 3126 as distributed on February 22, 2024. Before I go into maybe more general questions, did anyone have questions about the revision to Exhibit A and why that was done?
No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Can we just take a little time with this?
Yeah.
May I ask a question? So, using your second example of a vacancy that has occurred and under our charter is required to be filled by an election, but it is for a remainder of an existing term. Current language, current explanatory statement would have the same effect.
Correct.
They could not, that would count as a full term, even though they had never been appointed, they'd never been sat in the position. Under the current rule right now, that partial term that they were elected to fill would count as a full 4-year term. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to just be sure that I understand is the changes that are proposed in this do not change that.
Correct.
That stays the same.
Yes, and in the first example, that also, regardless of what the council did or did not do tonight, or what the voters choose to do or not do, would not change. This is how it would be now, this is how it would be after.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Should I do that? Yeah. In your legal opinion, do you have concern or feel there is an issue with the word clarify?
Yeah, I feel like, especially with this one, because I feel like clarify actually is what it is, because, I mean, if the council wants to consider another word, that's the council's prerogative. But to me, the language in the ballot measure would already do what we're talking about. What we're talking about, going to the voters to get clarification that that's what they understood it to mean as well. And so that's why clarify to me actually makes sense, because the ballot measure language, in my opinion, would match what the ballot measure referral does. And I think, that's why saying, this is very like legalese kind of jargon to say things like notwithstanding the foregoing, but those kind of phrases are to basically say,
Forget it.
yeah, is to basically say, like, we think you should already know that this is what it is, but here's what it is. So if again, I feel pretty confident that clarify is the correct word, just based on the confusion between the measure language and this explanatory statement. Maybe it'd be different if all this confusion was contained in the measure language, but because it's between the measure language and the explanatory statement. And the other thing that I'll say, and I checked with Brian just to make sure that me looking at the record of everything that happened is correct, and he confirmed it is so when the ballot initiative, when the initiative petition occurred, the proponents don't submit as an explanatory statement. That's not part of the process. The city can choose to submit an explanatory statement or not. And the city chose to do that and submitted one based on Tualatin's. So it does also kind of make sense that you have two different entities that are providing the product that are going into this voters pamphlet. And yeah, it makes sense that maybe the inconsistency can arise. Like, there's not that same level of review, because it's not like me, I'm the person who's writing the explanatory statement and also writing the ballot measure language and going, oh, actually, I'm doing the same thing that we're trying to fix right now. I see that error, or I see where clarification is needed. So, yeah, I'm getting a very roundabout way of answering your question that I feel like clarify works, but.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate, you considering that carefully. I appreciate you looking at it from a number of different viewpoints. I mean, in your description right there, I'm trying to think, okay, is there a better word? What would it even be? I'm trying to really hard trying to think about that. You said flush out inconsistency, but to me that feels more charged than clarify.
Well, and that's assuming that there's an inconsistency, which maybe the voters say there's not an inconsistency.
Right.
That's what we meant,
So I'm having a hard time getting to a different word, but I appreciate you talking about that. Thank you.
And the only one I could think of would be modify, but I think clarify is more correct. Yeah.
Again, the question is, are you modifying? And
I think clarify is the best word.
We don't know.
So I have a clarification question. Okay, on Exhibit B, 3126, the last sentence it says, I wonder if this is needing some clarification. The measure would clarify that if a person fills a vacant position, Now, I realize you only have one more word to spend there, but do you want to say appointed? Or, because is it good enough to say it at the question? But I feel like it'd be safer to make sure it's appointed, so that isn't confusing.
Okay.
Or appointed to fill.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
So I think to be grammatically correct, I'd have to say if a person is appointed to fill, and I don't
Yes.
have enough words for that.
I bet we can find one to take
But if you
out.
can, yeah.
That if a person is appointed to fill.
So in that case, I need to lose 2 words elsewhere, just to be clear.
Do you need to have the word "a person" in line 2 of the last paragraph?
I think that could be eliminated. So it would read instead, that first sentence would read, the existing city charter calculates how many years a person served in a 20-year period by determining the aggregate number of days served on council.
Yep. I think that does it.
And that would put us at 175.
Is what you did took out the word if,
No, it's,
so notwithstanding the foregoing, a
Oh,
person.
so we're in Exhibit B. We're in Exhibit B on the summary. So the change would be to the change to the last sentence would be, the measure would clarify that if a person is appointed to fill a vacant position, instead of if a person fills. And then we would take out a person in line 2 of the second paragraph of the summary.
so, any further questions?
Nope.
So, hearing no further clarifying questions, do I have a motion for Resolution 3126?
And we'll do it assuming that people want to do this amendment, we'll do it the exact same way we just did 3125. So we'll read it, move it, and then within that discussion, we'll amend.
Do you want to do it, Councilor Berry? Because we want to do as amended on this date.
As distributed on
As
February.
distributed.
Yeah.
And amend.
So the amendment that we just talked about, we'll do that separately.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay, so do you want a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so I move to adopt resolution number 3126 as distributed on February 22nd, 2024.
Is there a second?
I second.
The motion has been moved and seconded.
Yeah, so now you can discuss, and in the discussion, if there's
discussion.
a proposal for an amendment, anybody can make that motion.
Do I have a motion for an amendment?
Go ahead.
I don't know.
I move to amend the resolution number 3126, the summary of the ballot measure language as previously described in our meeting tonight. Is that precise enough?
Yeah, and I'll just state for the record, so we've got it, is that on the second line of the second paragraph, a person will be struck, and then in the last sentence of the summary, it'll read, a measure would clarify that a person is appointed to fill a vacant position. So I think you just need a second.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so now you're considering the amendment, just the amendment, so.
Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Would you read that back again, Amanda? I think you missed the word "if."
Oh, if is already in there, I think. So, well, let me just read it. I'll read the first sentence. The amendment, as we've described it, will read, the existing city charter calculates how many years a person served in a 20-year period by determining the aggregate number of days served on council within the 20 years prior to commencement of the proposed term, and so forth. And then the additional changes, the measure would clarify that if a person is appointed to fill a vacant position on the city council for less than 365.25 days, and so forth. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was discussion. Any further discussion? Call for the vote on the First Amendment?
On the amendment.
Call for a vote on the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Yep, and so now you're back to the underlying motion that has now incorporated those amendments.
A call for a vote on the underlying motion that has now incorporated those amendments. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. So we are done with that, right?
Correct.
So now,
May we get clean copies?
yes.
Yeah, I will send out clean and a red line so you can see the changes as well. So you have.
And we now go to continuing business. Would the city attorney please read the ordinance?
Yes, give me a second to get there. So I'm going to, again, read both titles, but as per usual, council will vote on them separately. So this is the second reading of ordinance number 886, an ordinance of the city of Wilsonville annexing approximately 5 acres of property located at 7252 Southwest Frog Pond Lane for development of a 17-lot residential subdivision. And this is also the second reading of ordinance number 887, an ordinance of the city of Wilsonville approving a zone map amendment from the Clackamas County Rural Residential Farm Forest 5-acre RRFF-5 zone to the residential neighborhood RN zone on approximately 5 acres located at 7252 Southwest Frog Pond Lane for development of a 17-lot residential subdivision.
I'm just blanking out for a second. Tonight, we will consider on second reading ordinance number 886 and 887. Public testimony was accepted during the public hearing, which was closed after the first reading. I ask once again, do any members of the city council wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest, or report any ex parte contact or information gained outside of the hearing?
No.
At this time, does staff have any follow-up information to present, or do any members of the city council have questions for staff?
Nothing from staff.
May I have a motion on ordinance number 886 on second reading?
I move to approve ordinance number 886 on second reading.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? We've covered this. We've got a detailed packet. I think we have a full information. I'm in support of it. Could the city record, or hearing no further discussion, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of the adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will now call the roll.
Counselor Berry?
Aye.
Counselor Linville?
Aye.
Council President Ockerville? Counselor Dunwell?
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Aye. And now I will ask if council members wish to abstain, declare a conflict of interest, or any ex parte contact or information gained outside of the hearing on ordinance number 887.
No.
No.
Does the staff have any follow-up information to present?
No.
Or do any members of the city council have any questions? No. May I have a motion on ordinance number 887 on second reading?
Mayor, I move to approve ordinance number 887 on second reading.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in, would the city recorder please, hearing no further discussion, I hereby ask the city recorder to make a roll call vote. Those in favor of the adoption of the ordinance will, as their names are called, answer aye. Those opposed will answer no. Those who wish to abstain from the vote will answer abstain. The city recorder will now call the roll.
Counselor Berry?
Aye.
Counselor Linville?
Aye.
Council President Aukerville?
Aye.
Counselor Dunwell?
Aye.
Mayor Fitzgerald?
Aye. If you desire, the motion passes 5-0. Did I say that on the other one?
It's
And
a roll call
886
vote, we
passed
got
on
it.
5-0. If you desire to appeal this decision to the Oregon Land Use Board of Appeals, you must file a notice of intent to appeal stating the grounds of the appeal in the form and within the time prescribed by state law. Is there any city manager report?
Just real briefly, I wanted to let council know that I had a conversation with Councilor Berry this morning, who called me about the, it is on, who called me about the purchase of the Village at Main Center property.
Yes.
And so I was able to touch base with staff, and there was no outreach to staff at all. It was a full
Prior to
cash.
that selling?
Right, it was a full cash offer from somebody on the East Coast. So they're not aware of the town center plan or any of that, and there's been no contact with city staff, so everything you read in the article is what we know.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Is there any, I don't know why I skipped this, any legal business?
None tonight, Mayor.
Meeting adjourned, 10:28.
Okay, enough legal business for one night.
Yeah. Yeah.